Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's. I've muted them all because I don't know what's going on in my ear, but I could just hear them in the background. So, like, da 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 da. What do you think of my new overlay? Yes, I have. I have been working hard on it, and oh, by the way, Flat, I was winding you up about the other thing, but. Did you get worried? Did you actually get? Unfortunately, Flat doesn't have a camera today, so I had to improvise and put a picture in there for him down at the bottom corner. Yeah, exactly. So, and I've been trying hard. I've been trying hard, and I've managed to put together some kind of overlay with some nice little boxes, and hopefully everybody actually fits in now really well. Also, I got the burps. Da, 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 da. Anyway, did you notice that Streaming Labs, Twitch Alert now tells you all your automatic hosts as well, or your auto hosts if you have it? Yeah. Really? All right. I actually take my IP address, I bounce it off several satellites before it actually goes on the. Uh, Yeah, that's probably why you freeze so often because it's so. Yes, I think yeah, allegedly. Anyway, yes, we can hear you, Sprocketeer. Yeah, right. Right, guys, everybody is now loud and clear. Sorry, I forgot that I hadn't unmuted them. So, welcome to this week's episode 11, I think it is. Episode 11 of my homebrewed Brigadoon campaign that started off in one direction and has ended up going in a completely different direction. However, the party is doing very well. We have one absentee today, Ashenik, the human druid played by Longshanks, will not be with us this evening. And so his character does imagine that he's off frolicking in the woods in bear forms. It was a bit like Sword in the Stone. He was transformed into a squirrel, and he went hopping off into the forest when he caught the eye of a female squirrel in there. However, we do have
today.
We do have, that's a teddy bear, by the way, not a squirrel. We do have a new player who has come to join us in the campaign, and he was going to come even before Ashenik left us. So we would have been five players and myself, but now we're back down to 4. So just before I give a quick recap on what's happened over the past few episodes, 10 episodes, let's have a quick rundown of who is who, so you know who's playing what in today's adventure. And we will start with the person without a cam tonight, which is Monsieur Flat Battery.
Hello guys, live from nowebcam.inc. I am Mr. Flat Battery. How are you guys doing? You can I'm playing the character of Julius, the half elf. Currently level 3, so he currently is a oh god damn it, what is he? A paladin, and he has done all the stuff that he needs at that level, which is go to his god and pray and anything like that.
He's been 3rd level for the whole of the last adventure, wasn't he? So yeah.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, excellent. And next up is Monsieur Big Beastie.
I am Big Beastie, and I play the character of Beezooka. He is a rock gnome. That's right. Yeah, he is.
Only 10 episodes.
Been a while.
That would have been really funny if he suddenly realised that he was a halfling or something. After 10 episodes.
What? He's a halfling? Nah. He's a fighter. He's from
Rock Gnome Land.
Rock Gnome Land. That's the place, and that's it. I'm stuck for words.
Is that next to Disney World?
Yes, Florida.
Very close. Very close.
It's next to where the Oompa Loompas come from. Yeah. And if he stays there too long, he too will be orange. Okay, next up, a flat points upwards.
Oh, that points
Pointing.
upwards.
Yeah, excellent. And Big points upwards. Thank you, Big. And now we are up to Clout. Off you go, Clout.
Plutadin, I play Rurik, the dwarf with no clans. And he's a sorcerer. He casts spells.
Excellent. Thank you very
You
much.
stay in the back and do nothing for a whole fight.
Yes, yeah. I think he's getting quite good at that. Just taking over from the rogue from a couple of adventures ago. And finally, our new player. If you point up, Clout as well. Everyone points up because it is Sprocketeer. Can you tell us about your character, please?
Hello, I'm Sprocketeer. I am playing Tenariel, a Wood Elf Cleric. That's all you're getting.
Excellent. I will try desperately to pronounce that name correctly, although, as you well know, I'm not very good at pronouncing names full stop. Okay, then, so let me give you a quick update on what has happened so far. The party have come into this world from a completely different world when they were magically transported here and held as captives. They managed via sheer luck and bravery to escape and travelled throughout the world and joined a caravan. They've been with this caravan for some time now, but including foraging off into the forest to rescue Auntie Betty from the clutches of who dead actually to Auntie Betty's house from the clutches of a giant spider, which sadly took the life of the rogue, but was brought back eventually and is currently recuperating within the caravan. Since that point, they met some strange, what can only be called as husk zombies when they were trying to rescue the rogue. And since that time, the party has been encountering some weird sensations, including fungus growing, small sprouts of fungus growing in their hair, on some of them at least. However, they journeyed forward and they approached a small village called Clarion last week, who was having problems with their water, and they actually agreed after some discussion and somebody gagged the gnome to go forward, to venture forward to solve the issue with the pollution of the river. As they were travelling upstream, they came across a camp that was currently, the occupants of which were currently being eaten by a huge half-ogre. Shenik bravely rescued that innocent, should we say, bystander who promptly ran off at the speed of light. Well, the group actually destroyed and butchered the half-ogre. I don't know, Duelist, Flat, did your paladin die in that one or not?
No, he didn't die. He was very close to it at that point. However, it was later on.
Right.
In the cave.
Sorry, that was the one time that you didn't die. Okay. Yeah. So they then went off into a cavern where they got attacked by fish people, fell down pits, and did a really good Leroy Jenkins into the summoning chamber, where there was a massive battle, including making the druid 7-8 foot tall, I think it was. And everybody was bravely fighting away, and luckily they managed to actually defeat the evil shaman who was controlling a somewhat evil water elemental. And once his curse had been broken, the water elemental cleansed the water, and they came back to the town as heroes. Woohoo! However, there is an unfortunate part of this tale. Since while they were at the camp, they actually discovered some small coffers. And using the half-ogre's axe, they broke them open and took the items from within and stored them in their backpacks. It was at the last adventure, while relaxing at a tavern, that they took out and started to admire their wonderful riches, should we say. And it was at that point, in a crowded tavern one evening, that as they gazed at the wonderful necklaces that they had taken from the camp, when a young boy of only 12 or 13 years old stood up, pointed at the group and shouted, "That's my mom's necklace." And that is where we pick up the story tonight.
Dun, dun, dun.
Now, can I just say, Big, we're going to a tavern, and the tavern's very familiar for you. So just remember, stay off
the table.
So, yeah. Okay, that's all you need to remember. Stay off.
We need
I have a
remix.
question for when we were against the half ogre. The person we saved was a woman or a man?
A man.
I was a man. He dead now.
I just wish I still had the. I was streaming because then I'll be able to do my soundboard and actually to be able to go, "Get off the table."
Yeah, which I do. I'm sure I must have performance rights over that.
You do, but we're not making no money, so it's
You're gonna sue Flan?
Call it a review. So therefore, I still have rights over it.
The funniest thing is, it's not only in your stream though, because I was in Master Jedi's stream the other day, and it's in that.
Enter his chat.
It's spreading.
It's everywhere. Okay, guys, you should be able to see yourselves in the tavern at the present moment in time. So if you could just verify that, please.
Yep.
Yeah, excellent.
I'm facing that way.
So so you would have been, you could see the table where you are. This tavern is quite packed. There's quite a few people in here, mostly farmers. There's some town guards chilling out. There's some local store holders, but if you imagine the scene at the Prancing Pony if you've seen the Fellowship of the Ring, when it's quite packed, it's a bit like that. So I could put everybody onto the map, but I didn't just want to cover it all up. But imagine that it is that packed atmosphere, so to speak. And I've put the little lad here. Okay, I'll just put a little green dot on him. Oh. So this is the guy who, he hasn't got a sword, by the way. This is the guy who said, "That's my mom's necklace." He's about 12 or 13 of age. So, is everybody ready to start the adventure?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, excellent. So, as he stands up, he says, "That's my mom's necklace." And
at which point I chuck my sickle out.
There's almost like a hush that descends over the tavern. The waitresses stop in their stride. The barman, who's quite a big burly chap, who's polishing or cleaning the inside of a glass, stops, and everybody settles down and turns round and all looks in your direction. To give you a general idea how many people are actually in here, if you count the chairs and then probably double it, that's the sort of number of town folk you're actually dealing with.
So 12.
Yeah, it is. It is at that point, just as you goes down and everybody's thinking, "Oh, this is fine," then all of a sudden the silence is replaced by the scraping of chairs and almost like the stamping of footsteps as people drop their tankards, whack their tankards down on the table, push their chairs away, and sort of like heave themselves up. Some of them staggering somewhat with the amount of alcohol they have consumed over the evening. And everybody sort of like stands up and looks towards you. You notice that some people are sort of like picking up blunt knives from the table. The odd two people have picked up a plate. The town guard, of course, they're armed all the time, so you can almost like, they're not drawing their weapons, but hands are going to hilts or swords, so to speak. And the odd 2 or 3 or 6 big burly farmers, some of them have actually picked up their chairs, so to speak. And I will now shut up.
Friday, by any chance?
I go to the lad with the necklace.
Yeah.
And I say, I'm sorry, lad, but we find that necklace and all the other stuff on over.
So as you sort of like start to talk to him, this woman who's actually his father actually strides forward and sort of like puts his arm round his son and sort of like pushes him behind him, and he sort of like, he looks at you and he says, "You stay away from my boy."
I get up on the table.
Ooh,
so I am presented to the audience, and in my great accent, I go, we didn't actually steal these items. We came by these by not nefarious means. We came across these from an enemy, and these were left for us to bring back. If this boy has his claim, then we shall speak to him and sort it out.
You notice that a lot of people now are sort of like walking towards you, and there's almost like a it's like a circle appearing around you, and it's almost like becoming quite almost like claustrophobic. So if you imagine this sort of like shape that I've just drawn on for you, this is the sort of like where people are now standing, and so they're slowly getting closer and closer, but they're obviously aware that you are armed. You know, even if you had just gone out for the drink with your bare minimum on, it would be quite obvious that you're actually armed. And of course they do realize that you have already saved the town once by defeating the mighty water elemental, where the people have gone to protect the cave. When I'm talking, by the way, I'll be talking as this guy, Flat, the guy of the sun, but I'll let you know if I change. He sort of like says, he looks at you and says, "Those belong to us. Why didn't you give us them back?"
We didn't know who these items was, and if you look to sit down, we'll discuss give them back to you if it's
somebody from the back of the room sort of like shouts, "Have you got my stuff as well?"
Maybe, I don't know. What does it look like?
He's got all the stuff. The dwarf's got everyone's stuff.
I hold up my hand and ask them to be quiet. It's like, if you can describe the items without seeing them, then you may have a significant claim.
You have no claim on them. They're ours. Call yourself a paladin. Call yourself a paladin.
I'll be trying to elbow through the crowd.
Yeah, you can get through, Smocketeer.
As again, I hold up my hand. Is like I'm not disputing for us to keep these items. If you can describe the items, we will give them back.
You stole them? You stole them from us.
Wait.
We found them in a
everybody.
pile of bone next to a half ogre. I think it's explanatory of itself.
Why
I
don't
noticed.
we all sit down
I noticed a female
and
elf.
talk about this?
Yeah, a female elf wanders into the sort of like the oblong, almost like into the free area, so to speak. And yeah, go for it, Spock. I don't think they heard you before. Just say what you want to say.
Why don't we all calm down and talk about this? Sir, please get down from the table. You should know better.
That's a nicer way of putting it, in Wills.
Indeed, madam.
May I see the
madam.
necklace?
Yeah, she's a fit lass. Yeah.
I give the coffer to the elf.
So, Sprockety, you realise that there's actually 4 coffers on the table. There's no actual coffers anymore, if you remember, because you broke into them using the half ogre's axe, and then you tipped this stuff into your backpacks. So they're literally 4 sort of like piles of stuff, so to speak. That's what you're looking at. But the necklace that the boy and the farmer speaks at, and then Flat, your paladin has that.
Okay.
May I see it?
I show her the necklace.
Motion to the farmer. Are you sure this is your wife's?
Most definitely. I gave that to her on our wedding day. I can see other things from there. I bet that money's ours as well. You
Just a
know
minute.
about what's been going on. You know what's been going on. We've got them now. We've actually got them.
When did
necessarily.
she lose it?
So again, sorry. Are you talking to...
Sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second.
I'm talking to the guy. When did your wife lose her necklace?
When we were robbed. And we've got the robbers now. We've got them here, guys.
Gentlemen, calm down, please.
You notice that the town guards have actually sort of like maneuvered themselves into sort of like the front of the in front of the farmers, etc. So if you actually imagine now, they're sort of like stood round like this.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see? Does that make sense? They've sort of like come through, so they're sort of like they've imposed themselves in between you and the farmers, and you're not too sure whether or not they're protecting you from the farmers or the farmers from you.
I turn to the farmer and sure. You didn't actually say when the robber
Perhaps you should tell us how you acquired this stuff.
I turn back as indeed. As you all know, we were asked by your Sir Mayor to go on a mission to clear the waters of the town, and which we did. On the way, we met an ogre that was in the middle of nefarious deeds around a camp. The population of the camp was killed, apart from one person. We battled the orc, took him down, and freed the person who ran away. On looking around the camp, we found these items.
It was sorry, Flat. It was really your microphone almost like gave your character a rather nervous sounding voice. It was rather as if you were going, well, I would. It was fantastic.
That's not the microphone.
Yeah, go for it. Carry on. Sorry.
And
You are-
after doing our mission, we came back, saw the mayor, and came here. And as we were accused by the lad,
There have been a number of robberies lately. The last one was at this farmer's house. That necklace was taken from the farmhouse,
when
as
did
were
the-
a lot of other things. And the farmer's wife was left for dead after being burned and badly beaten.
That sounds like sorcerer power to me.
Sorcerer power.
If I
or
hadn't
normal
come along
fire?
when I did, she may have died.
is
So you can understand why tensions are as they are.
yes, I completely understand.
But it's fortunate that you've found what could be everyone's stolen items.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't condone what happened to those folks, but as long as some good comes out of it, and I am all the grateful to give them back.
Well, I'm glad to hear.
Bazooka, can you just make a perception check, please?
Most certainly.
You're gonna do one.
Ooh,
Oh, nice!
somebody's on form tonight, or it might just be with the perception rolls. We'll wait
Yeah.
for Carl.
Confirmation.
Okay, I'll send you a message as I get ready for it.
Is this in? Where's this heading?
Excuse me.
Yeah, and, while I'm doing all this stuff, and he says that the woman was burnt and everything like that. As I feel remorseful that happened, and I do my holy sign for Anisha.
Okay, I'm going to bring this to everyone's attention. Someone just legged it out of here. Maybe he's one of the robbers.
Well, one of the town guards said, they speak to you quite calmly and said he's probably gone to get the constable.
I am.
Can someone at least confirm that he's going to do that?
Where one of the other guards sort of like says, "We'll know pretty soonish if
Okay.
he has."
I say it's going to be a bit late if he is one of the robbers and he's legged it.
Then we shall wait for him to arrive.
Bazooka, this guy didn't look like the guy who ran away from your camp at all, if that makes sense.
Right. Okay.
So someone random, maybe from the town.
Yeah.
Can I say something that may seem like a stupid thing? That let's say the robber stole your item. Wouldn't it make more sense to get out of town and sell them, or return to town with them and show to everybody about them?
Well, we are close.
while
quite close.
helping in the town, saving them from polluted water.
We are quite close to Thorndyke, which is renowned as, in Wills has said, for its underbelly, dark
Very much so. Underworld.
underworld. Yeah. So it might have been that someone was thieving from this place and then going to Thorndyke and selling them off in the black market. which makes sense.
It does.
Makes sense, yeah.
So you notice, Rurik, when you sort of like say this out loud, you know, to the farmer, that you notice that several people sort of like look at each other and sort of like start to nod their heads as if to say, yeah, we understand that. You know, that sort of makes sense. A rather portly guy marches in with two town guards, both of which have their swords actually drawn, and he sort of like pushes his way through and says, "Out the way! Out the way! Out the way! Will you move? I'm Constable Lawrence. Will you please move out the way and let me pass?"
And I gesticulate, please let the good constable through, so we can do his good deeds.
So Constable Lawrence arrives. He's not actually sat down with his legs apart like that, but just
Akimbo, he has a ready to go.
And that's his hand, by the way. That is sort of like coming out from his inner thigh. Just so,
What's he doing with that hand?
He's wearing shorts and one dropped.
I've had enough of this today with a donation earlier on. I'm not going anywhere near this at all. So Constable Lawrence sort of like comes up. He's quite red in the face and quite rotund, and he's sort of like he's one of these people that he has a sword on his left hip, but it's almost like he probably can't actually see the hilt at the present moment in time. It's sort of like pointing straight forward, you know, but he has sort of like everything sort of like squeezed into almost like a metallic chest plate. And of course, it's a bit like Bridget Jones' Diary. Whenever you squeeze something in, it has to go somewhere else. So he's sort of like rather puffing and panting as he comes along, and he sort of like comes in and he sort of like says, my name is Constable Lawrence. Please, I demand to know what's actually happening here.
Constable, these gentlemen.
Fair lady, I'm so sorry. I didn't realise you were here officiating around this incident.
I'm just trying to keep everyone calm. There's no point in overreacting.
May I actually say my humble thanks to you, good lady, for such your kind acts that you have bestowed onto our town. And for the first time, I meet these somewhat brave adventurers, which... He collapses into a bit of a coughing fit and then comes up almost like bright red in the face with water streaming from his eyes. Water! What one of the guards sort of like comes back with a glass of water which he drinks. Where was I?
I gave him
About to collapse.
These three gentlemen have recovered some, or perhaps all, of the valuables stolen in the recent robberies.
Oh! Well done, gentlemen! Well done! My two gentlemen and the young child. Well done! Who would have thought that a young child could do some great work? I am so impressed, laddie. Well done. So let's guards, take these items, take them off, and he addresses the room. And farmers, ladies and gentlemen, friends, farmers and countrymen, please lend me your ears for this brief moment. I would like to say that all this stuff will be available to be collected and at the constable's house tomorrow morning, bright and early. Please come along, and I trust you, as we are good folk here in Clarion, for you just to take what you require and what belongs to you. There's a lot
tomorrow.
there's a lot of muttering and sort of like typical fat bastard, like this going on, and
Don't do that.
the guards at the table sort of like takes a sort of like they sort of like take a sideways look at you guys, and then just sort of like creep in, and then sort of go like that, and then sort of like try to get out as quickly as possible. The inn, there's a big murmur as sort of like people settle down, and the barman shouts, "There is still drink around, but not on the house. Please do come. I sound like Basil Fawlty." Sybil!
Brilliant.
People sort of like start settling down, and Constable Lawrence comes and sits at the table. And sort of like beckons to you guys to sort of like join him. He does actually keep a couple of his guards with him, who sort of like flank him, and the rest of the tavern returns to what could only be called normal singing and dancing, and there's still a few mutters, and the young boy is made to sit down, even though you can see, Julius, that there's a bit of a tear rolling down his eyes as you suddenly see in his eyes that reflects the sorrow of losing or nearly losing his fair mama over the past few days. Obviously, it is really affecting him. Constable Lawrence does say, "Oh, good lady, please do join us. So we can have a discussion about this."
Very well.
I go sit with the widow.
The widow's not there.
Yeah, she's dead.
No, but the man that lost his wife.
He's not. The farmer's not. Doesn't want you anywhere near him. He's still a bit suspicious, and he's even more suspicious that Constable Lawrence has actually taken. And I think somebody mentioned it in the chat, and not either in the chat or I heard it coming through the mic. Somebody sort of like said, "Why the morning?"
Yeah, why tomorrow?
Yeah, so the farmers are not actually happy about this. I think Constable Lawrence just sort of like thinks it'd be the best thing to do to almost like disperse the situation tonight. So, but everybody in the bar doesn't really want anything to do with you guys at all at the present moment in time. Are you?
That's you three guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you on the table, Bazooka? Is Bazooka on the table?
No,
Okay.
no.
Not yet. He's underneath it. He's just stood.
I
Normal.
was going to say that when everyone gathered around. I was like, I was just about to slip under the table.
The Constable Lawrence clicks his fingers, and one of the barmaids comes across and sort of like puts some fresh jugs of ale on the table, and Constable Lawrence sort of like looks into it and says, "Is this my usual?" And the maid says, "Oh, I do beg your pardon, Constable, sorry," and sort of like dashes off and comes back momentarily with an actual, and there is none of these in the whole of the tavern. There's actually like a really ornate tankard, wine glass, sorry, that is actually pewter, but has actually metal entwined down the stem and coming up through the top there around this sort of like the base of the glass. There is also what appears to be a rather dusty flagon of wine that Constable Lawrence unstoppers savours a smell for some time, and then says to the woman, "Well, pour it then. Pour it. Yes." And she sort of like puts a bit in, and he goes, more. Just leave it. and leave it there. And he sort of like swings it. Oh, yes, much better than that normal trash that they do with them. Gentlemen and fair lady, we seem to have something to talk about.
Indeed, Constable Lawrence. It seems like the townsfolk respect you, and you have good graces with them.
You hear somebody in the background go, bullshit!
I was just about to say, what?
Oh, yes, I'm highly thought of. Do you know I have been voted to this position for 3 years in a row? I am so grateful for my friend the good mayor, who has allowed me to stand for this post, despite my obvious appearance that I may not actually be completely suitable.
Can I roll an insight to know if he is really being voted 3 times in a row?
Yeah, by all means. I tell you what I'll do. Hang on. Rather than you rolling it, I'll roll it. Because
Okay.
then you, what is your insight skill?
I
got
roll
that
a
20.
21.
You got that.
No,
Yeah.
that's out of order. You can't do that now.
Watch me. Watch me. Let me just get the dice roll.
Let me just input into the keyboard 1.
Yeah. Got that one. I'll tell you what, to make it fair, do you want me to roll it?
No, because I don't. The reason oh no, wrong app. The reason I don't want it's not the fact of you rolling it. That's not the issue. It's that you don't know what the outcome is. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if you actually roll it and you know that, if you know that you get the roll and I say he's telling the truth, then you will know that he is. But if not, you won't know. Oh, can I just say that it was very close, the roll. Very
19?
close.
Close to what? Nat 1 or Nat 20?
Yes, you think he is telling the truth. He has probably been elected to this post for 3 years in a row. And you do know that the constable, as well as the mayor, is actually elected by the townspeople, so to speak.
As far as he's concerned.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. I'm
I don't know. He seems to me. He seems. Oh, do you know what? It doesn't matter. Go on.
He seems to like luxury a bit much.
Yeah.
Mr. Constable, sir.
Yes.
How long have these thieveries been going on?
Oh, yeah, for weeks, months, it would seem, and always in the outlying village farmsteads, and there's been numerous of them, and we are somewhat concerned about the actual financial situation that these are putting Clarion in, since without the prosperity of our farmers coming in and spending their well-earned coinage here in Clarion, then businesses will actually start to fall. One of the other guards next to him sort of like leans down and whispers something in his ear, and he goes, "Oh yes, and of course I am deeply concerned about the people themselves, and that nobody actually gets hurt in these awful attacks."
Indeed, hopefully, Miss the goddess Nisha will not let that happen, and be good to these fair folk.
I can tell that your goddess does not want this to happen because, fair paladin, she sent you to help us rid our farmsteads of these bandits.
Indeed, she has.
He leans a bit closer to you and goes, fine wine, this fine wine.
I prefer
would,
my beer from my casket.
I will take your word for it, kind sir.
So,
So,
the deal is done.
I believe that you would like us, and I look around, to find these bandits.
You are most... Paladin, you humble me. I'm still here, by the way. You humble me. You humble me with your generosity and bravery and unbelievable prowess in battle. We are yet again once humble to you and your family, to protecting the village of Clarion. Who would have thought that you could come here and save us from two illnesses with such great precision?
We
did not know
I look at the paladin and go,
that you would be coming. And yet, first of all, they send us the fair maiden here to protect us.
I give a bazooka a quizzical look of like, what?
And now he sends you people as well.
Indeed. We try to, especially myself, try to spread the goodness of her fair word and comfort to all beings in this land that do good themselves.
I suggest, do you mind, fair lady and fair gentleman, do you mind if I suggest a way forward?
Indeed.
For me, the only thing is you want us to do the job you're supposed to do, and you didn't talk about giving us money.
My job is here to protect the fair villagers of Clarion of Clarion, by organising and delegating and hiring. I am, although you could probably see by my fine physique that I am somewhat of a formidable opponent. It is not wise for me to leave these unprotected streets. I belong here, next to the people of Clarion. Can I suggest a way forward?
I bury my head in the table.
It would
not that far to go.
It would appear that your young laddie is sleepy.
It has been a bit of a...
Would he like a blanket?
I'm sorry, Bazooka. I can make you normal size every time.
For those people, if you didn't watch the last stream, Rurik cast Enlarge on Bazooka and Ashenik, and for once in his life, Bazooka...
I was 6 foot.
6 foot, and he loved it. He actually loved it. For the first time, he managed to see over small pebbles, which is fantastic. Okay. Can I suggest a way forward?
Yes.
Yeah. He drains the last remains of the flagon of wine into his glass, because he's been supping and sipping this throughout the discussion. And then he sort of like sighs and holds it up to the maid and goes, and just shakes it with his hand. And she comes hurrying over and he says, meat, stew or something. She says, oh, yeah, yes, Constable Lawrence. Of course, Constable Lawrence. I'm so sorry, Constable Lawrence. And sort of like heads off back into the direction of the bar. Right. I suggest we do the following. It is, I know you will be quite keen to set off and to meet and battle these fearsome bandits tonight, but I suggest that we provide you with some form of lodgings for the evening here in the tavern. We will then spend the time while we feast here tonight and enjoy the good food and ale of this humble tavern. We can devise some battle plans, and I know that the fair lady has some information that she can share, and I too can share information so everybody is completely, shall we say, in the know.
Is one course of action. Another one could be this is a situation that might happen while we devise.
Sorry, has a paladin just either the paladin's just broken wind or Rurik is making a pass on the elf?
I'm away from the.
Because he's just slowly moving around the table.
I'm moving away from the fat guy.
While I lean closer to the constable, I lean over in his direction, and you can't hear it, but it's there. After a short time, just that smell that hits your nose.
Oh yes, I mean, obviously, running down the street in his condition has certainly allowed the sweat to expire and congregate around certain pitted areas in his body. The maid brings over a fine platter of what appears to be chicken legs and chicken wings and bread, and he sort of like sets it all out sort of like around him. The gnome goes to take a chicken leg, and he just goes slap on his hand. He says, right. He says, let me tell you what we know. He does this while eating the chicken legs and the wings, and you notice that several times the fat and the grease sort of like dribbles down onto his metal chest plate, which he's obviously not using for protection, but more than a solid metal bib. He says,
I say that's useful to shine your armor.
Very true. Very true. A bit of chicken grease does wonders for the metal. So, for several months now, the farmsteads around Clarion have been subjected to some what can only be called horrific acts of thievery. Luckily, apart from the case that the good lady elf dealt with, who she will tell you herself about this, there has been no instances of injury or death. It would appear that the farmsteads are attacked or looted or burgled when the occupants are away from the actual house. And it would appear that the only thing that is actually missing are the belongings that would be of some worth. As you can imagine, the farmers have very few coins and items of jewellery, but despite this, the place has been ransacked, and all possible items that could have been bought seen as having any sense of worth were actually taken. Now, interestingly enough, the last attack that took place, the fair elven maiden will tell you about. However, there now only remains three farmsteads that have not been looted, which I think, as you can probably imagine, will give you quite a big clue to what's going on here. He nods at you all knowingly.
Has there been a pattern to the where the thieveries have happened?
Yes, fair paladin. All in outlying farmsteads.
Have they?
Who are the people that live in the tree house that didn't get robbed?
Who lives there? Farmers.
Have
Yeah,
they?
but what kind of
Well-
farmers?
Farmers who deal with crops.
Things.
Have the thieves worked their way up from one direction to another?
No. Good point. I can see we're going to get along well, Paladin. No. Quite the reverse. They seem to be quite spasmodic about things, dipping in here, there, and everywhere.
So
It's more like they know they're out and they've gone and attacked that property, so to speak.
Well, for such a young chappie, you are very astute. Your intelligence must be off the scale. Excellent.
Yeah.
Whilst Bazooka was actually saying that, his head is still on the table.
Constable Lawrence turns to your character Sprocket and says, "Maybe now is an appropriate time, fair elven maiden, for you to
I was
tell
gonna
you
ask.
what you experienced at the recent attack."
Well, I was in need of water, and I came to a farmhouse. I was going to ask the farmer if I could use his well. When I got to the house, the door had been kicked in, and the farmhouse had been ransacked. There were signs of fire or charring around the door and the door frame. Inside, I found the farmer's wife, badly burned and beaten. She was close to death. I did what I could for her and managed to bring her to the village, to the town, sorry. But the house was, everything of value had been taken, everything else broken. I didn't see anyone. I didn't look for tracks. I was focused on saving the woman. When I got back to the village, town, I learned there had been other attacks. So I promised to try and help the village. Again, town.
I don't mind what you call it,
Well,
Sprockety.
It's a big village.
Lion.
I gave my word I would try and help bring these people to justice. It's fortunate that you came along when you did.
And we are humbly grateful for your assistance, especially with your abilities, shall we say, and how you dealt with the poor, unfortunate lady.
Yeah, can I know a bit more about you? Because you seem to be at the crime scene before anybody else.
I am Constable Lawrence, and sorry, do you want more about me?
No, about the,
Oh, sorry.
the lady.
Fair elven maiden, the young scallywag of a dwarf who has moved closer towards you would like to know more about you.
He'll be lucky.
Sorry.
My name is Tenariel of the clan Tenil. I'm a cleric from the temple of Rilifane.
You notice that the paladin goes like this. Ooh, me and you.
Yeah, I've taken notes.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, the role is for the god.
Sorry?
The religion role is for the.
Oh, sorry. Rilithane, elven god of nature.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Say that again.
it is true.
Rivian was that?
Rilithane, Rillifane.
You can
There's
just
another word on the end of it, but
you can type it into the
sorry,
chat
yeah.
if you wish.
I'll show it there.
Did you went here because of the disturbance in the water?
Wanted water.
I have been traveling the land for the last few weeks just to experience the world. I haven't long been outside of my temple. I've spent my whole life there. And it's time for me to learn about the world. I just happen to be traveling this way.
Probably
Perhaps.
heading to Thorndyke the same as the rest of you.
Perhaps I was guided by Rilithane to come here and save the woman. Who knows?
Maybe both of our gods have brought us together to do some good work here.
Indeed.
Yeah, he also has a god of nature, I think. I don't
Don't you know me?
remember his name, but
No.
God Anisha.
Somebody needs a new chair, by the way. Can I just say that?
That wasn't me. That wasn't
That's mine.
awesome.
So,
Fine.
So there are
Sorry.
three farmsteads yet to be broken into. Three.
The question, Miss Tinel. When was your encounter with this unfortunate incident?
4 days ago.
4 days. So any evidence, footprints, or anything like that might be not there anymore, unfortunately.
If the ground was damp and it hasn't rained since, which it hasn't, there may still be tracks.
So we may...
Constable Lawrence leans over to your to Julius and says, "I am quite important here, you know. I am quite important."
good for you.
Indeed, Constable, I do apologise. Have you been to the place that this happened with this woman?
No, I would not go around with this fair young maiden. I would not press my luck, although in my younger days I was known somewhat as...
I kind of cut him off there, and you unfortunately misunderstand. Have you, after the event, gone to investigate any that may have happened at this?
Of course, Paladin. Sorry, I mistook and misunderstood you. As soon as I heard about this foul deed, I actually nimbly vaulted onto my stallion and was ready to head off out to investigate further and maybe catch these ruffians in the act. However, my constables, my guards held me back and said, "No, Constable Lawrence, your place is here with us. Please stay." And as you can imagine, as he chews another bit of chicken leg, says,
Can I do a roll? Can I do a perception roll to see if he's telling the truth on that?
That's a
That's
insight is what you do.
Insight. Okay. Ink. 16.
So I already did it. He definitely is telling the truth. If somewhat slightly exaggerated.
Yeah, I thought he might be.
Did you or the person? Did anyone investigate the situation as your noble men protected your wondrous self?
This is why we need brave adventurers like yourself, Paladin, to bring this insight to us and to set us on the noble route of prosperity and he burps and
I'm now banging my head on the table.
I would like
yeah.
to ask you a question, Constable.
I quickly reach over,
Yeah.
fold a napkin over, and put it under as Bazooka's head goes up underneath his head between the table, so he doesn't injure himself.
yeah, okay. You think we have napkins in this place, but no, we're you can use Constable Lawrence's handkerchief. That is
Oh,
quite
dear God.
quite damp and salty at the moment. So as the gnome's
yes, I do
head
that.
as the gnome's head goes like that, there's a sort of like a
I do
Yes!
At
that.
which point I keep it down and I'm thinking, oh my God.
there's definitely a smell of sweat and maybe a slight hint of mucus in there.
Paladin, I want to kill you.
Yes, yes, young dwarf. How can I help you?
Your town seemed to be not expert in hunting, but somehow knowledgeable of that.
We are more interested in trade and merchant and farming of crops than hunting.
Do you know someone that's able to track that we could hire?
I will look into it tomorrow early.
Because when we found the jewelries, we found them on a elf orc, and he was chewing on what can only be described as human remains.
His
And-
eyes get rather wide, and you notice him go like that.
And I kind of push it.
And one of the thieves got away from because we didn't know he was guilty. And
Did
we
you
let it
not
go.
try to stop him? Did you not cast some arcane spell?
Unfortunately,
When you fight the half ogre, you have the choice between attacking the half ogre and human fleeing.
And I
Attack the
kind of
half
cut in
ogre.
here as well.
as unfortunately, the ogre was a bit busy, preoccupied eating the remains of those people.
I kind of like describe in the goriness of the point of.
He says to you, he goes, I think it is time for me to go and enjoy my bed for the night. Tomorrow I will come and talk to you about the 3 farmsteads that have not been... oh, hang on. 3 farmsteads that have not been looted yet, he calls for maid. And she comes home, he says, I'll take this for later. And she sort of like comes over with a cooking pot and puts the bits of chicken in and the wine. And he goes, put the goblet in as well. And it sort of like gives it to one of the guards who sort of like link their arms underneath him and pull him up. I think the... one of his assistants leans in and says something, and he's like, barman, will be able to provide you with some kind of rooms until tomorrow. Until tomorrow, I will be here bright and early to meet you and discuss the way forward and maybe even payment. That's it. Payment.
Yay!
And
So-
I kind of bow, like half bow in my seat. Is it, thank you, Mr. Constable.
He turns around to you all and says, "No need to get up. No need to get up at all." And he sort of like staggers out. The barman comes round and says, "I got 3 rooms."
I can't have any people here. Is myself. Do you
I already have a room.
okay, yeah. It's 3
Sorry.
4.
I have 2 rooms. I was counting hers.
Do you have an extra room? I can pay for it.
I have 2 rooms. I have 3 and hers, which is hers. 2 rooms.
I don't
2
mind
rooms.
giving you my bed for one of you chips.
No.
I'll take a room solo, and
No.
the paladin and the gnome can cuddle.
It's beds in the room, the barman says. Beds in the room. I have 2 rooms and hers. And beds in the room. How many beds do you want in the rooms? I have 2. Would
You
you
have
like
2 beds?
No. I have
2.
3 rooms. 3 rooms. Hers and 2 more. And how many beds do you want put in each of the rooms? Her room has 1 bed in for her. I've got 2 rooms. How many
Right,
beds?
we'll all share a room. 3 beds, 1 room.
He says,
How do you enter beds and through the door?
he says, I like bags filled with hay.
It's fun for me, thank you.
He says, would you like 4 candles?
4 candles. we
I've been trying.
oh we give you light.
4 candles.
Love it.
I've been waiting for that for ages. So basically, he's got 2 rooms. The fair will be Sprocketeer's character, obviously because she is female, but unless she would like to share a room with somebody else.
No.
Is in a room by herself. He's quite happy to make up beds for the other 2 rooms. So obviously 1 room will have 2 beds in and the other one will have 1 bed in. Or you can have 3 beds in 1 room.
Yeah, we all know you.
I take one of the key and I say I will only have 1 bed in my room.
Okay.
And I tip it with the 5 copper beads.
Just to let you know, there's no keys. It's like a latch. You know, like a thing that you go and it's like
Occupied.
No, there's no occupied. There's a latch. and that's it. We're not talking, you know, hotel standard here. There's literally a latch. So let me just Tenariel is in a room by herself. Rurik is going in a room by himself, correct?
Yeah.
And Bazooka and Julius are in a room together.
Looks that way.
1 bed or 2 beds?
1 bed, of course. We're gonna snuggle.
1 bed, yes.
It'd be like taking a teddy bear to
That's how it's gonna be when we meet up in London.
yeah.
Yeah.
No. Okay then. So the the barman takes you upstairs and sort of like you sort of like on the corridor in front of all your rooms. Your room, Rurik, is opposite Bazooka and Julius's room, and Tenariel's room is down the corridor. So it's about 4 doors down. There's only about 8 small rooms, and when I say a room, I literally mean there's enough room for a bed, and that's about it. A stool, some kind of metallic pewterware bowl that is obviously used for washing in the morning or used throughout the evening and the night if you get caught short.
Oh, you mean the room that I'm currently living in?
Yeah, all the rooms have a door that goes onto the corridor, and then all rooms also have a window that faces outwards. And before you ask, there's no glass in it. It is just shuttered, and that's it. The shutters are closed, and there seems to be just a latch, so it's literally like a hook that comes down like this to shut the windows from the inside. They're not slatted shutters, they're actually solid, sort of like planks of wood going across with a bar, and they actually just close and then latch in place. The beds are quite minimal. There just seems to be some 2 pieces of fabric that's rather a bit like Hessian that has been stuffed with straw, etc. And then over the top there seems to be a blanket that you can put over yourself or your colleague that you are sleeping with. The door literally is the same as the window. It actually has a latch, so on the outside there's a little button that you press down and that lifts the latch, or a handle that you lift up, and on the inside it literally clicks into place. There's a stool and this pewterware bowl, so if you wish you can put move the bed so it goes up against the door, or the stool if you wish to get any form of locking yourself in for the night. You also have a candle in each of your rooms in a little pewter tray and the candle has been the wax has been melted somewhat and dripped onto it and then stuck on. It's not a handle candle holder, if that makes sense. It's literally a tray. Like
so no fork,
like a saucer.
It's literally just like a small tray that it's stuck on, and these candles have obviously been used for quite a while, and they're quite sort of like burnt down, but they give you enough light.
Is there a fireplace in the room?
No, the only fireplace is downstairs, and that's it. So it will get pretty chilly during the night, although Bazooka just gives Julius a little bit of a wink.
Body heat.
Yeah.
Can I wait until the Bazooka and Julius goes to bed and take a shit in the stool and put it in front of their room?
That's completely up to you. If you wish to do that, then
what was that? You take a stool on the stool?
Yeah, that's completely up to you.
Can I make a constitution roll?
No, I'm quite happy for you just to do it and stick it outside. Okay, guys.
Since I don't need to sleep, I'm going to spend, since I don't need to sleep, I just need to spend a few hours meditating. I'm going to check on the injured woman before everybody goes to bed. And
can I just ask, before you go off and do something, can I ask how do you perceive the constable?
He's a buffoon.
Yes.
How very dare you!
I don't think he will contribute anything useful.
Do you think he's corrupt?
I think
think-
he has
I
a
think-
higher opinion of himself than
I think he
he should
has
have.
a high thought of his position, and he uses it whenever he can.
Guys, I'm just going to quickly nip to the loo while you guys
Okay.
discuss this. I'll be back.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna bio break as well quickly.
If I ever become like him, please kill me.
Will do.
I am like him.
I'm going to change chairs because somebody says mine squeaks. Can you hear it?
As I will change my nose because I'm breathing heavily in the microphone.
Back in a second.
Okay. Don't worry, guys. I am still here to be able to do some radio flat battery. How you guys doing in chat? Hopefully you're doing absolutely fantastic and doing well. We're just having a little bit of a bio break, and while that happens, ooh, nice. He has some right treats with him today. So while we wait, we will be listening to some music, all supplied by your host. Well, secondary host, obviously, In Wills is your host, by me, Fat Batty. Do 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 do. I love you, baby. If this is quite alright, I love you, baby. Trusted me without so. By the way, this is a non-sponsored stream. We don't have any adverts. It's all 124-hour and 7 days a week. Full voice activated entertainment music. No, I can't do that all the way through. Hello, Mr. Inwills.
What are you talking about, me?
No, I was just doing a little bit of filler music.
Oh, cool. Okay then. Are you all sorted? Are you ready for bed?
No, they're still going to the toilet.
Oh, did
All
everybody
candles.
go? Oh, sorry.
Longshanks, are you not entertained?
Eyes Brack.
Excellent.
4 candles.
I know, yeah, that tickled me in the right
That was
way.
brilliant.
In the right time, yes.
Well, did you notice that Skaggath is doing a 24-hour charity stream?
No, I do not know this person. Please do some
Um,
advertising.
He's he streams the current one. Sprocket, tell me if I'm wrong. I think it's called The Chase, and it's quite sort of like futuristic. I think they're on a spacecraft at the moment. But on the 29th to 30th of April, he's actually doing a 24-hour role-playing game stream. It's in his Discord. But he was actually saying that he's looking for players to sort of like come along, so to keep the games going throughout the night. So you might want to. I just said to him, if I can fit it in, I don't mind playing or contributing in some way. And he said, "We're glad to have you on, so I'll put you on the list." But I was just thinking, I think he's streaming at the moment.
Can you put his channel onto your Twitch chat?
Yeah, by all means.
That'd be fantastic. Hopefully,
So he needs players.
Well, he might do if he's going 24 hours. He might need people to sort of like come in and sort of like help him out. It might be he's live at the moment. So this is his.
The UK base, is he, or?
I'm not too sure, but that's what I was thinking, that even if he's not UK based, it's quite good because sort of like during the night, it might be the day for us. Because, so we could actually participate, and that would sort of like keep him going. I put his Twitch in the thing, but he has a Discord channel as well. So if you probably get the link from his chat, but I just thought 29 and 30th, 24 hours. So, I mean, I don't mind if he wanted to play for a while. I don't mind DMing it for a while for him. But I just noticed that he might be looking for players. So, if you're available, you might want to say, I'll come along and do a stint for you. Because 24 hours is quite even if you even if you think you can play Dungeons and Dragons for sort of like 6 hours, that's still quite a significant amount of time, so I did think whether or not I might say to him, right, why don't I'll come in and DM a bit and let him take a rest, because I was just thinking that's a hell of a lot of talking.
That is. I've done quite a few 24 hours, and every single time I've had to do a few days of rest to get my throat back.
I've just thought of something.
Well done,
Is
Big.
Go up a level.
Is he doing all the DMing on the fly?
I don't know. I don't know.
Skag.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past him because he's quite good.
So I just thought
That's
I would.
a lot.
Yeah, I just thought I would share it with you, so you guys can go along and say, if you're looking for players, then we don't mind joining in or helping out, But I also thought if we could host this stream, on ours as well, so people, and depending, I'm not too sure what day the
30th. Yeah, the 30th is Thursday.
Yeah, so
Duck.
And we're away on the 31st.
No,
on the Friday.
April.
Oh, April. Sorry.
It's a Saturday and a Sunday.
Got you.
Yeah, but I don't know how it will. Whereabouts, Sprocketeer? Where's Skagath from?
Sweden.
Sweden. So I think is he like an hour ahead?
Only
of
a
us?
couple of
Hour ahead. 1 hour.
Yeah. So, but I thought it'd be quite good for us. But by all means, volunteer yourselves and say, I don't mind coming along and helping out.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then
that gives us,
D&D, is it?
Well, I've just said to him, whatever you want me to do, because sometimes it's quite nice just having a one-off game with something's provided. I mean, one of the things that I used to do as one-off on sort of like bank holiday Mondays is almost like there was a wonderful thing set up. It was actually from an Imagine magazine, I think it was, or White Dwarf magazine, that actually
I've got one issue of Imagine somewhere.
Yeah, well, do you know, I've got loads. I've got the whole set.
White Dwarf. Haven't read that name.
I know, yeah. White Dwarf.
But there was a barroom brawl, and I used to have a barroom brawl that when you arrived, everybody opened an envelope and it had your character's description on what you could actually do. And, I played it several times, and every single time it was actually different. People took on the roles of the character. I mean, there was an assassin, and I remember one assassin used to go underneath. She went underneath the table and actually started to pin other players' feet to the floor by just stabbing the knife straight through their foot into the wooden floor. And all of a sudden I think there's a magic user that has like a fireball spell or something like that, or that all of a sudden he just gets to the point that he just sort of like thinks, oh, I'm having this, and just sort of like casts it in the middle of the room and things like that. So
does he actually hit things with it?
Yeah.
Not long shanks.
Okay, guys. So, are you ready to turn in for the night?
Not quite. I go to Miss Tanriel and medium. Could you show me this woman that was burnt? Maybe I might be able to help.
I'll see if she's awake. I'll go to her room, knock on the door.
She's flat out asleep, and she probably will be asleep till tomorrow morning. In any case, it's quite late now. It's like gone 10 o'clock at night, so it's dark outside. Everybody's turning in and settling down.
I'll say we'll see her in the morning.
The main reason why I ask is I have certain abilities that can help wounded. It will take a long rest for me to get it back. If I do it now and then rest before ranges.
I've already spent several days healing her. She just needs to rest. She's been through a terrible ordeal.
Okay.
It's not so much physical as emotional right now.
I see. Yes.
I see, said the blind man, and the lame man leapt for joy.
But I thank you for the offer.
No problem. And hopefully both of our goddesses will be able to help her recover.
Yes.
Good night. I shall see you in the morning.
Good night. I will go to my room, spend about 4 hours meditating because I don't need to sleep.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go downstairs and sit in the main room if it's still operational by the fire. And she's going to write in her journal for the evening.
You'll need to take a candle with you because the fire will slowly just go out about throughout the night. So you'll need to put a candle with you and just sort of like sit downstairs. You also notice that down here, everything's been cleared away. The doors are actually barred from the inside. There's a heavy bar across them, and you can also hear almost like the distant snoring of the barman from the kitchen beyond. So to say.
Yeah.
Also,
And
you
shoot,
notice there's a
It's a
copper steel in front of the door of the paladin.
I was going to go for a walk afterwards, but I won't now if it's all locked up.
All
And
locked up.
She writes in her journal, I met some right dickheads today.
Yeah.
Like they have no idea what they're doing.
Including a paladin who made a pass at me.
Who has no chance.
Okay, so everybody, Tenariel sits down, writing it in her journal downstairs. Rurik, you do your business in the bowl and then slide it across the corridor to be in front of Julius's and Bazooka's door, ready for a morning surprise. And Julius and Bazooka, you settle down in your beds. You get them a little bit close together, but not that close. I presume you put your weapons somewhere at hand. I'm supposing Tenariel doesn't actually have her weapons with her at the present moment in time downstairs. It's not sort of like the thing you would have hanging around. And of course, you can't sleep in your armor. That would be absolutely foolish.
I'm in my civilian clothing.
Yeah, just your pants. And then what happens is that you gradually lie in bed for some time, and you hear the town or large village slowly settle down for the night. There seems to be the odd creak and groan as the tavern slowly settles itself down to sleep. And you hear the odd neighing of a horse or barking of a dog. But before long, the whole town seems to settle, and slowly you drift off, and people upstairs drift off to sleep. And Tanriel, you slowly scribe, so all you can actually hear is the scratching of the quill on your parchment.
I even have my fountain pen out.
Lovely. Could you all make perception rolls, please?
Yes. Here we go. I'm dreaming.
I was just about to type in Nightmare Lou.
Of large.
Good job it's not
wow.
a disadvantage, Clout. Well done, Bazooka.
And that's natural for Bazooka, as we say.
No, it's a 2.
It's a 2.
It's
Yours.
a 2, all right?
Me, however,
Told you.
nat 20. That's
Where's
not
my
gonna
perception button? It's gone.
Just make sure you got your character selected as well. Your token. Or it should,
I've got to do it again now.
No, sorry, you don't need to do that. Do you have it, Spock?
No, I can't see it.
It's
one,
near the
two,
bottom.
three, four,
In the
five,
peas.
six, seven up from the bottom.
7 what? Oh, sorry, yes. I'm looking.
In
at
skills.
Got it?
Look at the acrobatics, animal handling.
Now, if this was Shadowrun, I wouldn't have a clue where it is.
19. 19. No, there's too many P words in that. I don't want to get a performance roll, which is close.
It's all right. It's only 6 inches.
Okay. What I would like you to do now, guys, is that rather than communicating individually to people, because it sort of like breaks up the stream, so to speak, I'm going to tell one person what is happening, but what you need to do is actually not act until you actually know what's going on, if that makes sense to you all. Yep. So, Julius, almost like from the depths of undisturbed sleep, you suddenly drift out of sleep and become very almost like aware and rather nervous about something. You're actually sleeping on your side, and as you open your eyes, you notice that there's a dim beam of moonlight in the actual room. And you can see Bazooka in his bed. He's flat on his back like this, going like mouth open, snoring like anything, and his little
his crib.
Yeah, his little chest going up and down with his 3 chest hairs there, and he's like that. But it's not that has caught your eye. What has caught your eye is that hovering somewhat above his open mouth appears to be a small glass vial that has no stopper on it, and it just seems to be floating in midair and slowly moving across towards his open mouth. What would you like to do?
I would like to get out of bed in my tighty whities and dive over him, catching the bottle.
Okay, so you throw yourself out of the bed, aiming yourself to grab the bottle and shield Bazooka. Make an appropriate roll, so either acrobatics or athletics, whichever one you would prefer to do.
Yep.
Wake up with his crotch in my face.
Okay, you do actually manage to you launch yourself over. You do manage to land on Bazooka, protecting him. But as you go for the vial, it almost like fumbles out of your fingers and smashes to the ground. Bazooka, you suddenly awake with Jolis on top of you, lying across you like anything. Tenariel, will you just make a perception roll, please?
Sorry, I muted myself.
It's all right.
Perception. Dink. 18.
You suddenly hear this smash of glass above from where you're sat. So Julius's and Bazooka's room is directly above you, and you heard sort of like this smash of glass on the actual floor. Okay, guys. Rurik, you're still sound asleep. Bazooka, you're awake, but you have Julius on top of you in his tighty whities. Julius, you are spread over Bazooka, and Tenariel, you are awake and heard the glass. So, guys, can we please have just wait 2 seconds? Let me just put this up here and clear it. We need some initiative rolls. So Rurik, you don't need to make a roll as yet. And the rest of the other 3 you do. Rurik, just so you know, if anything happens, I'll ask you to make a perception roll, and if you succeed in it, then you'll be able to burst into action. So if you just select your token, that's brilliant. Excellent. Let me just put this into descending. So, Tenariel, you are up first. What would you like to do?
Now I've got to decide whether is that some drunk just knocking something over in his sleep, or is it a sound of trouble?
You probably would realise that Julius's and Bazooka's bedroom above your head. It's a very small tavern, so it would be quite obvious. So yes, they could be drunk, or it could be dangerous. It's completely up to you.
Me drunk?
Or intimidate.
I don't recall them being drunk though.
No, that is true.
I
So
don't drink.
I'll head upstairs. I won't run as fast as I can, but I will certainly. I'll leave my
I've still got
journal
the
there
handkerchief on my head.
and
Yes, stop it.
walk quickly upstairs.
Okay then, Julius, what would you like to do?
I peel myself off Bazooka and then
Pull him
jump-
back down.
And wait, it's not your initiative turn yet, Bazooka. Don't get carried away.
I jump over my bed and I grab my shield and sword. And while I do that, I shout at the top of my lungs, there's people here, there's get your swords, shields, whatever. Wakey, wakey, rise and shine.
Okay, so hang on, I just need my sheet. So all of a sudden you hear Rurik, just make your perception roll now.
If he bursts in, does this mean he's going to stand on his own?
Rurik, you're still asleep for the next turn.
He has been drinking all night because
Yeah, so-
one, he's in the bar, and two, he's a dwarf.
Okay, you get up, Julius, and you head towards your armor, and all of a sudden you hear this twang sound, and you suddenly feel something whack into your shoulder from the direction of the window, and it feels quite solid, and it almost like takes you back. And as you look down, you notice that there's a short piece of stick actually embedded in your shoulder. It definitely looks like it is a crossbow bolt.
Do I wear my braces to bed?
No.
Damn it. Okay.
And
Sweet.
you take 4 hit points of damage.
Already.
Damn. Morning.
You now notice that the reason there was a shaft of moonlight coming into your room that allowed you to see the small glass vial is that crouched on the windowsill, holding onto the top side of the windowsill with one hand and supporting what now appears to be a crossbow, is what can only be dressed as some kind of humanoid, dressed completely in dark clothes. And apart from what only could be seen as a thin band that reveals 2 blood red shiny eyes staring at you.
It appears I have some morning wood.
You roll you even though you've taken the crossbow bolt to your shoulder, you roll to one side and you manage to pick up your shield and actually cower behind it, which means that your armor class will be 12 because it's normally 10 plus your dexterity. What's your dexterity?
My dex is 12.
What's your bonus for it? What's the number before above it?
Plus 1.
Plus 1, so you'll now be 10. You'll be 13 armor class. I didn't have to ask that because if you looked at my roll, I got 20, which would actually hit you in full armor, I think.
Was that 12? 12 armor class?
Yeah, you'll have plus 2 for your shield and plus 1 for your dex bonus. So until you get your armor back on, you're on 13, so to speak. Tenariel, you arrive at the top of the stairs. You notice that outside their door is a pewter basin, similar to the one in your room, that can only be described as emanating a rather putrid smell. It looks like there's some feces in there from somebody. You also hear the paladin call out exactly what he said before, and also a slight clatter as he hits the floor and rolls. Okay, guys. Bazooka, what would you like to do?
I've actually scrambled up because he's just climbed off me. I'm like scrambled backwards, grabbing my sickles.
You're
thinking
you'll have to get out of bed because your sickle, all your armor be where Julius is at the foot of the bed, so to speak. So you're going to have to go. You're going to have to make a dash for it if you want to go and get them. Or
it's a very small
okay,
room.
Or hide. Or hide.
No, okay. I thought I would have slept like with my stuff at the side of me.
We put in the corner.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can dash behind my shield, or you can. Which way?
So is my head facing the window?
Your head was facing up to the ceiling, and now then you scrambled up backwards to get off Julius, Julius went down the bed towards the armor at one side. So you're now at the head of the bed, but you're no longer lying down. You're scrambled up, so you're sort of like crouched there
so
now.
which way is the window from where I am?
It's to your left.
To my left. Okay.
Which is towards the armor, and is that right?
So in your bedroom, if you think about it, that you'll have two beds here, the windows here.
Right.
So Julius was here, and you woke up facing Bazooka here. You then went over and protected him. Then you ran that way to the base of your bed where the door is as well, and picked up your weapons. So Bazooka was here. He clambered up to the top of his bed out the way. As you went down, he went up, rather than both going in the same direction, which would appear logical. And so up at the top now. So where do you want to go now, Bazooka? Do you want to head back down to where Julius is, or you can see the figure at the window?
I can see the figure at the window.
Yeah.
So I make a dive for this figure in the window.
Cool. Go for it.
Okay. So I haven't got my sickles with me. So how do I do this?
Well, no, you're just launching yourself at him. So.
Oh, okay. So
so
would it be acrobats?
So what you need to do, first of all, you need to probably do an unarmed combat roll.
Right, okay. So that would be my strength, which is 16. So I need.
Okay, so let's do an acrobatic roll to start off with, because you don't actually have.
I don't have acrobatics, no.
No, so you will just sort of like just hit the. You just won't have. You won't have the any proficiency bonus on it or anything. It should just do it. If you just click the word acrobatics, it'll do it for you. But normally you would get +2 on it, whatever your proficiency roll is. Yeah,
2 nat 20s.
Absolutely fantastic. You actually launch yourself as this figure, and you crash straight into him. And
this is where the problem now arises.
And both of you fall out of the window. Okay, so let's have initiative, please, for the next round.
Okay.
I'm getting better.
You are. Doing things.
Okay.
Hand-to-hand combat. Come on.
Rorik, can you just roll your perception roll to see whether or not you wake up at the end of the round?
No, I don't.
No, he's still unconscious.
This is going to be a theme, I think.
Okay, Julius, you watch as Bazooka launches himself at this black figure, and both of them hurtle out of the window. As you start to fall from sort of like 10 foot down from the second floor window down, you the black person, the guy dressed in black, almost like disengages himself from your bazooka and just sort of like hits the ground almost like cat-like and rolls proficiently round and sort of like lands. And as you hurtle towards the ground shortly after him, you see the guy go whoosh like that and draw what can only be described as twin rather curved weapons. Interestingly enough, what you might have actually expected to be quite shiny, these appear to be almost like matte black, and there seems to be no shine, no reflection. And if it wasn't for the actual sliding sound of them coming out of their scabbards, you wouldn't have even maybe not even noticed it. Luckily the moon is out, so they're shining down. You do hit the floor, obviously, and take 5 points of damage. Okay, Bazooka, what would you like to do?
Okay, so I've actually landed like on the floor. I'm like, oh wow,
Belly flop.
Belly flop the floor, knocking the wind out of me slightly. I've scrambled to my feet, and I've seen this figure with his drawing these like curved swords. I'm thinking, crap. So
just to let you know, he almost like looks as if he's ready for you to attack.
Okay,
if that makes sense.
Right. So I'm gonna stand my ground. If he charges me, I'm gonna
talk harshly to him.
Yeah. No. Stop.
Stop.
That is, it's quite weird that there is an actual thing in D&D. I've seen it, that a bard has actually killed someone by harsh words.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Okay, so if he attacks me or charges at me, I'm gonna dive out the way.
Okay.
But at the moment, I'm just gonna stand my ground.
Okay.
And hope someone comes to my rescue.
Okay. Julius, what would you wish to do?
I will gather up Bazooka's scythes, go to the window, see where they are.
He doesn't actually have scythes, by the way. He has sickles. Scythes are the big wooden things with like.
Well, to Bazooka, they might as well be scythes. I mean, you might. So gather up his sickles, go to the window, see where they are, and.
That's it. That's it.
Is the guy in black just underneath me?
No, that'd be me. Belly flop.
Okay, then. I therefore.
No, that's it. So okay, you quickly, by the candlelight and the moonlight coming in, you quickly find Bazooka's weapon belt, and you get over past the beds, etc., and you look down and you see the scene before you, holding onto his belt and his weapons. Yep. Okay, Tenariel, what would you like to do?
I will burst in.
Stepping over.
Yes. I'll
out of the way.
Dodge the poo pot.
Knock it down to Klaus's room.
Activate, hit the latch and push the door open. And I'll stop in the doorway.
Big Flat said to you in the chat, try to get him under the window. I don't know whether or not it was
Come
meant to
here.
be
Come
secret.
here, I've got a joke for you. Come here, it's a good one.
I'm testing his perception.
So, Tenariel, you want say again? So you open the door, you go in the door and do what? Sorry, I didn't hear the last.
Open the door, but I'll stay in the doorway.
Okay. So, Julius, you suddenly hear the door open behind you. Okay, so you are aware of 2 possible threats at the present moment in time. Okay, guys. Let's. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Let's clear everything and let's roll some initiatives.
There we go.
Oh, well done. Oh, nice.
Do I
Down
need to roll my
again.
perception?
Yes, well done. Roll your perception and see whether or not you. Oh, you are actually awake. Just to let you know, Cloud, I was giving you modifiers at this noise was going on, but even with a 2, that did not help. But
That was the best sleep I ever had
Yeah.
in my life.
yeah, at the end of this round, so throughout this round, you will hear a commotion of things that are going on. So at the next, at the beginning of the next round, you can roll initiative and then start acting. Okay, Julius, you're up.
I peek behind me and see who is at the door.
Yeah, bathed in moonlight, dressed. It is a sweet elven maiden, looking glamorous. You sort of like think, am I awake? Is this all but a dream?
And I try and like bust my chest up.
Julius.
Being aware that I am currently in my tighty whities with my short sword and shield.
No, they fell off ages ago.
I can tell
He's
he's a
posting
half-elf.
a tent.
Yeah.
Suck it in to try and
I
show
beg your
myself.
pardon, sorry.
You know what I'm saying. And so I go, arcane assassins down here, and I jump.
You jump?
You gotta land on me, you twat.
Making sure that I don't land.
Right. Do you have acrobatics?
1. Yes.
No. Are you proficient in acrobatics?
No.
No. Okay. Then.
Do you still want me to roll for it?
Roll what?
Roll the damage.
I'm rolling the damage. Yeah. So you
Damage on me.
you take 6 points of damage as you launch yourself out the window, just thinking for that moment that you are super powerful and can actually fly.
Anisha will protect you.
Yeah. And as you go down, you tilt your shield and land on it like a surfer and no, you don't. You just go bash down on.
And as I'm down on my back, it's like one arm is up holding a big beast, a bazooka's sickles in the air. Going, I have him for you.
Bazooka, as you're there, standing ready to attack or run, you suddenly hear this huge sort of like plonking sound next to you, and you look around and you just see Julius smiling at you, saying, I brought you sickles.
I take him and say,
Hang on,
with a look on my face.
hang on, because you can't do anything yet. Tenariel, you're
"Oh yeah."
I'm going to run to the window.
yeah. You can see the scene that we've described before. The paladin's flat on his back, holding up the sickles to Bazooka. Bazooka is actually standing ready, and you can see the dark form of a humanoid crouch with twin matte black blades drawn.
Well, I know what I'm going to do next turn.
Just don't jump out the window.
Would it be
No,
what
I
I'm
tell you,
gonna do.
I think what you should do, Sprock. I tell you what you should do, Sprock. You should go grab Rurik and chuck him out as well.
But I'll move the potty to the other
Yeah.
side so he trips over it.
What would you like to do?
myself.
Yeah.
When I'm able, I will use a command spell on the mysterious figure.
Yeah. Is it a bonus action?
Oh, sorry, it might not be. No, one action.
No.
Thought.
Okay. So next round you'll be able to do it. Okay, Bazooka. What would you like to do?
Okay. So as Jules is landed with a thud right next to me, and he's holding up these swords, I'm like, thanks, and I take my sickles, and
just before you do anything, can I please remind you, just so you know, what's your dexterity bonus?
Mine?
Yeah.
11.
No, what's your bonus? So the number.
I ain't got a bonus.
Right. So your armor class is currently 10.
Right.
So whenever I'm rolling to hit you,
I'll change that because
I just need. No, you don't. I'll remember it. What I'm telling you is that it's not. All I need to do is roll 10 or above on a 20-sided dice, and I will hit you. I just want you to be aware that, remember, you don't have your armor class that you have with your chain.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So I try and help Jules up, asking if he's okay.
I'm fine.
Okay, you reach down to sort of like help Julius up, and just to let you know, Tenariel, you see this as well. You notice the black dressed humanoid with the fiery eyes, just sort of like pauses for almost like 1 second, and you're not too sure, but you almost think that the eyes look like they smirk at you, even though you can't see the humanoid's face at all. There definitely seems to be some kind of smirk, and it then turns its sword, so they're hilt to hilt, and seems to bash them together. And there's this almighty sort of like puff of smoke that emanates from where they were clashed together. And it doesn't seem to be normal sort of like grey smoke. It seems to be thick, noxious green smoke. And it just billows out around where the humanoid was. And now even from your angle, Tenariel, looking down, it's just like a huge sort of like screen of smoke. And Julius and Bazooka, that's all you can see. There's this thick bank of smoke. Okay, guys, let's have some initiative.
Oh, come on.
Oh, Rorik to the rescue.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh.
Okay. Tenariel, you're up.
Right. So big cloud of smoke. I can no longer see the guy. I'm going to run downstairs.
Yep.
Unbar the main door.
You're not jumping. It's what everyone's
No.
doing these days.
I don't have acrobatics either.
Neither do I.
Although I could land on.
You can choose who you want to land on if you wish to take that option.
Jump out the window, trampoline off Bazooka. The extra height of the upward jump will let me see past the smoke and see where the.
I was going to say, if you jump and land on Bazooka, you might actually only not take 1d6 from 10 foot, but really and truly, yeah, you will, because he's still too short to the ground, isn't he? So
I'm going to run back through and run downstairs, unbar the door, and out the front door.
Okay then. So you go dashing through. you go dashing down the corridor round, and you unbar the door and open it, and then that's where your action will sort of like complete. Remember the this is the door here that I'm pinging on the map.
And in front of you is a mob with fire sticks and pitchforks.
Rurik, what would you like to do? Rurik, you're quite desperate for the toilet, but you can't find your bowl anywhere, so you're just holding it. You're just holding it. Good man.
I would like to take my spell component.
Say again, sorry?
I will take my spell components.
Yeah.
And I will take the bucket and go to the windows and shout, "I'm trying to sleep here."
Okay. You.
Until next round.
Yeah, excellent. Okay then, Julius, what would you like to do?
After being helped up by Bazooka, do a bit of lay on hands on myself until I'm full health. Which
Excellent. You could do it in lots of 5s, can't you?
yes. In fact, I'm going to do it until I'm 20, so that's 6 points.
Yeah, so that would be, I think, yeah. Is that
Thanks, mate. I helped you up.
Well, yeah, I still need healing.
And, yeah, and Bazooka.
I'm just startled by this smoke and like just staying ready.
Okay.
As he comes out.
Okay, as you notice that as the smoke slowly dissipates, there's actually nothing there at all. There's no sign of the humanoid at all. There seems to be nothing on the ground, nothing around. What you do notice, both Bazooka and Julius, is that from either side of you, you can see 2 crumpled bodies that appear to be town guardsmen. That as you look across, you can see that they're face down, and there seems to be huge, in the moonlight, you can see it glistening, thick red blood, that their faces are actually down in. Tenariel, you approach the scene as well and see that it's what has happened. Julius in his tighty whities with his sword and shield, after praying to his god and laying on hands for some protection and some healing power. Rurik, you can now see these 2 figures to either side, and Tenariel, you suddenly realise that these guys are dead. They are beyond healing, and closer inspection reveals that they have both having their throat slit is probably an understatement. They haven't been slit. They have, probably a better word is sliced. And it's sort of like the cut goes sort of like halfway down the neck, and has probably cut both the cut through the windpipe, but also through the carotid artery, and they had probably be killed extremely professionally, extremely quietly, and blessed to both of your gods. They probably died incredibly quickly and with little or no pain, apart from a few choking gasps for air as the blood probably quickly filled up their lungs.
Does the smoke clear fast enough for me to respond and not continue my action I was going to do?
What did you want to do?
When I shouted to stay quiet, I wanted to throw the containment of the bucket and enlarge it.
Oh yes, you don't have you won't have had time to do that, so don't worry. That you've still just got that. So that spell wouldn't have come off. Okay, guys, you can now hear the approach of other constables, other townsfolk guard coming from round the side of the actual tavern. It would appear you think they were probably left on guard here by probably Constable Lawrence. Maybe, just maybe, he didn't think that you were actually going to stay the night. You know, maybe he wasn't quite sure about your
Intentions.
your intentions. Yeah. However, two of them have certainly met quite a grisly end.
How does this look like to them?
Well, you're probably quite okay at the present moment in time because neither of your weapons actually have blood on them, and neither of them would probably be able to do this sort of damage. It's probably been done by a fine finesse weapon used by assassins rather than sickles, or I think yours is a long sword, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not the sort of weapon that would actually do this. And the other thing is you both are quite obvious in your pants and have actually jumped out of a window. Okay, guys, what would you like to do?
My first reaction when I see the corpses is to go to them and check them. Obviously, they're beyond saving, so I will kneel and say a little blessing for each of the
Yeah, cool.
guards.
So you notice that the Tenariel kneels down and starts to mutter words of incantation and prayer over the two fallen guards, each one in turn, muttering in elvish words to her god, or goddess, sorry. God, yeah.
It's a guy.
It's a guy.
I exchanged a body in my room and the one of the paladin and the gnome.
Cool. Julius and Bazooka, what would you like to do?
I take 2 steps forward, not close enough to get into the green fog.
No, that's gone. It's dissipated. Yeah.
So he's still there though. The enemy, he's still there.
He's vanished.
He vanished.
Oh, he has vanished. Okay, great.
Hello.
So yeah, I check Bazooka for his wounds and lay on hands on him as well, and try and get him up to as many health pointers as I can.
Yeah, cool. What's your maximum max? Say again.
20. My max is 28. I'm on 23.
So 5 lots to take him up there.
5 lots. Yeah. Okay. So I've got not much left.
Yeah, I'm back to full health.
Okay.
Muchas gracias. As he's rubbing his hands all over my body, I'm thinking, what are you doing? You're jumping on me and now you're rubbing me up.
Obviously, he is that sort of paladin. That's all I'll say.
Indeed.
He's the right size for a
This ain't the type of bar we should be in.
Okay, guys. The rest of the townsfolk are sort of like arrive. Well, the guards arrive, and there seems to be Constable Lawrence is nowhere to be seen, and they sort of like suggest that they take the bodies away to the appropriate places to tell their family. The owner of the tavern is somewhat dismayed that, number one, you've woke him up, and number two, he's now got 2 blood stains to actually wash off the cobblestones the next day. He also states that the guards folk suggest that everybody heads back off to bed. There's about 3 or 4 hours before dawn, but they said that they will actually guard the rooms and the corridors until that point. When you get back into your room, Julius and Bazooka, you do find the glass vial that, if you remember, was hovering over Bazooka's head. It is now, of course, smashed on the floor, and a lot of the fluid actually spilt onto the wooden floorboards, and you notice that it's quite nastily corroded away the wood, and there's sort of like quite a deep gouge out of the floorboards. God only knows what it would have done to Bazooka's insides if it had actually been tipped into his mouth.
If it was Rurik, he would have handled it. You know, he's drinks enough to be able to do enough of his stomach in.
It's as if I've seen this somewhere before.
Yes, I was just thinking that. The Tanaka household.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the
Mm-hmm.
is that the woman that was burnt?
No.
I actually saw something very similar happen in one of our games.
I would like to go to Julius and ask him, did you get beaten in the fight?
It's more of my own doing. Gravity is a fickle mistress.
Gravity is only second to foolhardiness, isn't it?
Oh, are you mad? Why did you jump from a window?
I was protecting my colleague as I was doing the same.
Colleague. Fantastic. I love it. Okay, so you settle back down to almost like a restless sleep for the rest of the night, and you're woken by the smell of freshly baked bread and very crispy bacon coming up from the tavern below. You wash and don your armor and weapons, and once again meet downstairs for somewhat of a hearty breakfast of bread rolls, crispy bacon if you eat such thing, or just bread rolls, and what can only be called as mead, a sweet ale-like substance, or water if you would prefer. It's you.
Do we gain any points back from the rest of the fight?
No, because you've only had 4 hours sleep, haven't you?
Okay.
So you need a long rest. So you'll need like 8 hours sleep in order to get it back. So you sort of like eat as much as you can. Bazooka and Julius, you notice that you've got several bruises appearing on your body from the fall
Window jumping
from the window. But you still exchange that smile, knowing that you were there for each other, and Bazooka got rid of the humanoid from the window, and Julius came down to his aid. You do talk about what happened last night, and you decide to tell each other your thoughts about what actually happened. And
I go down the stairs and I shout, "That was the best sleep I ever had."
I gotta go.
Good to see you up in the bill, Mr. Rurik.
So you decide to share your theories about what actually happened last night.
Well, was our visitor here to silence you?
I think
or all of us?
He seemed like he was
Maybe
talking Bazooka first, I don't know what he was going to do after that. With the effects of the potion, it seemed like it might have been quite painful if it had taken effect and possibly woken me up. So it might have been a specific attack against Bazooka.
I said
Well,
he had a
they-
chance to attack me when after we landed out of the window, but he didn't. He just stayed. He stood his ground.
Maybe the guy just ate children.
You do notice that Julius is walking around with a crossbow bolt sticking out of his shoulder. By the way, just so
Oh yeah, he still got that in him, really.
I completely forgot he was
I
in.
did.
Several
Did you sleep with that?
several people have come past and hung their coats on it.
It's literally
Paladin,
after
he
my
likes
lay on hands on myself and my low intelligence, I don't actually realise this as well.
I used some medicine to remove the bolt.
Yeah, so you probably
Yes, I
nice
do.
one.
Nice, nat 20.
Yeah. So yes, you remove the bolt bit, and so everything's fine now. So
If he's injured, I'll heal him.
he is still.
He just thought it was cold out.
Yeah. He just wants to walk around with
He
a
wanted to take a stroke through the window.
He is. Tenariel, you notice that he is still injured.
Well, using my high perception, I will say, "You're injured. Let me help you."
Yes, thank you very much.
Because elves are good at noticing things like that.
A big bolt.
I did think Julius was injured, but now his health bars has gone up to max.
Yeah,
So
it was 4 points if he does it. I'll put it back down if he.
Well, it depends what.
I've just given 6.
6.
I only need 4. That's my.
Oh well, if you're going to complain, I'll undo
You
it.
still get 6. You still get 6, and then you just absorb the other 2 in sheer luxury. And this
Keep
all
the
like
other 2
enjoy.
for later.
Yeah.
And it makes me more handsome. Oh yes.
That's not how it
Who's
works.
the spell?
It doesn't work like that.
Okay, so please continue to discuss what you think was happening last night, if anything.
Where did this vial come from?
It was being held up with arcanic means above Bazooka's open mouth hole.
Did you manage to gather a bit of the poison?
No, I got it off him.
It's still on the floor.
It seemed quite corrosive.
Does
Because if we get a bit of the poison, we can
It might still be upstairs on the floor.
we might identify it, and
It is
if
still on the
it's
floor.
a
He said it was
specific
on the floor.
Poison, it might be considered from a certain person.
I may be able to identify the type of poison.
So I go upstairs and try and get a bit. Obviously, I have to wait until.
See if there's any in the
Until
vial, or
the
if you can
end.
scoop some up in the vial.
Bring the floorboard down.
Yeah.
I use big.
Or you could go up and have a look.
Yes, we shall go up and have a look.
I use Bazooka's face to wipe it out.
Mop. I did have hair, and now I don't.
I heard it's potion for regrowth. I might
cast-
use that in the real life.
My spell says it's cuprinol.
It does wood more good.
It's good for your bowels, I hear. No more bowels means no more problem.
Like a laxative.
I beg your pardon, sorry. I've just come back and you said laxative.
So we've gone upstairs and tried to see if there's any potion left that's on the floorboards.
No, that's why it had all absorbed into the floor and corroded it away. There's nothing left of it at all. You
Nothing
figure
in the vial or
no,
anything?
the vial. No, you probably think it was quite volatile. So it probably any liquid that wasn't absorbed into the actual floorboard probably evaporated very quickly. There does seem to have you all gone into the room together, or have you kept together, or are you separated out?
We've gone up together.
Okay then. So who's getting close to the stain?
I think we're like just crowded around it, aren't we?
You won't be able to.
No, I think it was
I'm
them
going
two that wanted
first.
to check it out, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I was going to cast detect poison on it
Yeah.
to see, because it can let me identify it.
Yeah, so you
there's enough.
can detect poison on it. Are you going to Spock? Is Tenariel going to get close to it, or just cast a spell at it?
Yeah, I'll sniff it a bit, get close. I'm not going to touch it, but
Okay,
I'll
then
Yeah.
sniff it.
go for it.
Abracadabra. We'll go.
Shalakazam.
Yeah, cause that's why I asked you whether or not you're going to get close to it, because it's within a 30 foot of you.
Yeah.
So you don't actually need to get close to it. So that's fine. Yeah. You figured this is some kind of it's definitely a natural poison. You sense that it's definitely got hemlock in it. But there seems to be also some kind of chemical in there that probably is not actually a poison, but more an acid.
Right.
Definitely not Miracle Grow.
No.
I wonder if it's that hemlock that when you take it, you die with a smile on your face. You ever hear about that one?
That's
Is this
Grinlock.
right? Can I ask? Is this from Aunt Betty's house?
No.
No.
Hemlock
no.
is a plant.
Yeah, it's a natural occurring plant in.
Yeah, it's
No, because
if you ingest it,
didn't
it's,
this
you get,
wasn't this Aunt Betty
Yeah.
her house?
It could be anywhere around the area.
No, I mean the corrosive wood, the
The
if I'm
actual
proficient in Herbalistic, can I try to discern other stuff
I'm
from
trying to
poison?
think we did this before.
You mean the effects? You mean the corroded wood? Was in Auntie Betty's house.
Was
Yeah, Rorik,
we
sorry, go on.
hit something. We like something dripped.
Rorik,
Was it the thing that we fought outside?
spider,
The imp.
Oh, the imp.
caterpillar.
Yeah.
Rorik, your herbalist kit's not going to tell you any more than that it was hemlock with an acid mixed onto it. The spell will probably tell you more. There's no sample left to actually collect. So,
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
So, could you say? Do we know the two that are growing mushrooms? Do we know that? Yeah, have they told us about their affliction?
Well, I think Rurik's one of them, isn't? Are you one of them,
Yes.
Rurik?
Oh,
Yeah. Was it
Yeah.
you and Ashenik? So you're the only remaining party member that has it at the moment. So it's up to Rurik whether or not he's actually told you or not. I'm not too sure. I'm quite
no,
happy
I
either way.
never told anybody.
No, he didn't tell anyone then.
There's no connection there anyway.
Shamed.
Well, it's kind of easy a bit because if we use an acid in his poison, acid isn't the thing that's really like common. So if
Yeah.
we find the same acid
if
find the gold.
Acid is commonly used. It's used in quite a lot of things. It's used in things like removing stuff from metal to give it a shine, or corroding things away. It's also used as a cleaning fluid, and to sort of like remove unwanted stains and things like that. The power of this acid is probably quite strong, so it's probably created by an alchemist of some description, or it could actually have been created magically and sort of like planted within the vial. There's definitely been a mixture of natural and supernatural put together, if that makes sense. It's not just, this is not something that if you crushed hemlock it would work. And the other thing that you're both very much aware, everyone's very much aware of, is that you probably guessed from the matted out blades that the humanoid was definitely a professional.
Yeah. I turn to Tanriel and Rurik. Is him look local to this area?
Oh, I don't know.
Hemlock is found. Both of them can tell you that hemlock can be found out in the wild. It's rare. It's rare, but there's often wild boars sometimes die of it, or children going out. If you know what you're looking for, it's a bit like deadly nightshade. You know, it's there, but it's not. It grows quite naturally, so it could be behind the tavern. It's not, but it could be if that. But
like grow thereby water serpents.
I kind
like
of
rivers.
I kind of speculate. If this individual last night was attached to these thieves, and it is an underground group protecting their interests, knowing that we're now after them, they could have asked this individual person to come for us before we went. And it might be a connection in that way. So if it's just one person doing this, or group, they know we're coming for them.
On the other hand, it might be someone who you've upset in the past.
And I turn to Bazooka as like, can you think of who you've annoyed recently?
I look at me. No one.
He's like, yes, indeed.
anything, guys? Anything else you want to do before I move you forward?
Should we start at the farmhouse
The which farmhouse is?
where the woman was attacked?
Yes, it'll be the best place to start, I believe.
Okay then. So right, what the next morning, bright and early, Constable Lawrence actually comes to see you. The guards are not happy about you actually leaving town until Constable Lawrence has actually been and have had a word with you. Understandably, after the effects of the night, the activities of the night before, and the death of two guardsmen, you think it's probably wise to wait until Constable Lawrence comes and talks to you. Anyway, bright and early, he arrives at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, almost like full of joy as he comes in. He looks like he's had quite a rough night of it all, and he's almost like disappointed that something else has happened.
That we survived.
That something else has happened since you have all arrived at the actual town. He would like to give you some information about the town folk and the farms that have not been attacked so far. His scouts went out this morning and reported that this was the case, that they still had not been attacked, and that though all 3 farmsteads were currently occupied. The first piece of information that is really important is that they are some distance apart. It would take you a whole day to travel from one to the other. So if you sort of like put 2 people in one and 1 person in another, 1 person in another, if anything happened, you couldn't actually get to one by the end of the combats, if that makes sense. So
I ask him if he's prepared to use his guards to, if a situation, for one situation, if we choose to do it, we do one house, they do the other 2, or the other
right.
another one.
He's somewhat hoping that using your fine intelligence, then you might be somehow or powers of divination, be able to almost like predict where the attack might actually come. But if you are unable to do that successfully, then he is quite happy to post guards, but he is somewhat worried that will actually deplete the force. And so he might end up, he has to keep, understandably, he has to keep the guards in the town, especially since he lost 2 guards last night with their throats sliced quite professionally. The other piece of information that he would like to give you is about the general locale of the farms. 2 of them are sort of like plunk in the middle of nowhere, if that makes sense, and it's a sort of like arable fields completely around them. The third one actually doesn't have arable land associated with it. It does out the front, but at the back it has an orchard, an apple orchard, and the farmer actually produces cider via those apples. Well, they don't produce them, they produce the apples, and it comes into town to form the mead and the apples. The other 2 are arable farm that produces hop and wheat for bread, etc. Interestingly enough, 2 of the 2 arable farms have actually recently been harvested. The apple one has not. The apples will be a few more weeks before they're actually harvested. No, sorry, scrap that. It's round the other way. My fault. The apples have been harvested. The other 2 farms, the arable farm has not been harvested yet, so they're still waiting for the wheat to actually be done.
I turn around to Tamriel and the constable as well. With the films, were they after the harvest has been put in, or did they harvest and then this terrible deed happen? Or
The most recent attack, the husband and son were in town to deliver their crops.
so they hadn't.
So they had recently been harvested. Sorry.
With the knowledge from each individual farm, can I use my arcana to know what kind of situation would be proposed to produce a powerful acid?
A powerful. You don't think the acid wasn't done via magic? It's done by alchemy, so it's done more like chemistry. So
yeah, but chemistry is what, arcana or?
No, arcana for me is about magic, and things like your medicine might have done it, or even just a normal intelligence check relating to background. Do you have like a background in alchemy? Is there something that you've done in the past that would give you some information about it?
My uncle was a gnome, and he was quite.
Your uncle was a gnome.
Yeah, because
This I need to read.
dwarf and gnome are like live in the same like region.
Yeah, he was a magician.
Yeah, so I know about
rather than an alchemist.
Yeah, but he was quite.
Hang on. What exactly do you want to find out? Tell me the piece of information that you want.
I would like to know, like the process from making a strong enough acid to produce the same
as in
poison.
how to actually do it, or how long it would take.
I think what type of acid is needed to create the effects of
a very strong acid.
Yeah.
But like
mixed with hemlock.
How to make a very strong acid from basic stuff.
So he's what he's trying to get at is is there a special ingredient that can only come from a certain place that is mixed to make this concoction out of what was there? Is that what you're getting at, Clout?
Yeah, I think you would need. I think you would need to visit an alchemist for that, because that's acids are quite specialized knowledge. You know, it's not something that you would have picked up from your gnome magician friend. It's
not like a basic
No,
material.
not at all. Well, it is for quite a lot of alchemists, but not for gnome magician. Gnome magicians tend to work more with spells rather than when you say magician, was he a wizard then?
He was he made like magical. He made magical robots and stuff.
Oh,
he's just a tinker.
Yeah, he's a tinker. Yeah, so he's not really a magician.
No, but he used magic to animated robots.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we made automatons through magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, gnomes can do that anyway, can't they?
Yeah, but you can like boost
like
it
clockwork
instead of going fighter.
Yeah, they're very good at it.
Okay, I want to ask about this the apple orchard place.
Yeah.
Where so they've just harvested the apples. When will they be expected in town?
They are due to come in the day after tomorrow.
Right. Okay. I want to suggest that we set up a camp just outside or close to the apple orchard.
Yeah. First of all, we need to go to this where the last attack happened, where this woman was burnt. Do some more investigating to see if there's any other connection. Because it might be that we're kind of focusing on this one subject, that is the harvest. It might be something else. It might be another connection. So which we if that's the case of that is the harvest, then we might have time to. It takes a day to get there, but we still have a day to
plenty
investigate.
of time.
Yeah.
Yep. Just out of interest, is anybody proficient in investigation? It's a skill.
No.
Oh.
No.
I get a decent intel.
I did have that on my last character.
You did, yeah. I didn't know whether or not that's what you were thinking about.
Yeah.
The one that's crippled?
Yes. Wake her up, slap her around a bit, get her out here.
Could I ask her about or go? Is she about? Is the caravan still here?
The caravan's still here, but the all the information that the woman has to give has been given to Captain Ariel.
No, I'm on about the from the character
Borealis.
last night. Go to Borealis about the character last night.
So ask her about, when
No,
we tell her.
she's now out of the campaign. She's gone. So you can't.
Damn you, Barry.
That's she's sort of like
she's in a coma.
yeah, she's totally removed.
We don't talk about her anymore.
No.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Yep. So
guys, did you say you wanted to go to the previous house?
Yes.
And
before we leave,
yeah, hang on. Just before you go, can you tell me what you're hoping to find out there?
Any evidence of
numbers.
anything numbers of people that were there, if we can, what they were looking for, kind of like evidence of why they did it, who they are,
Accents.
So we've already established that nobody has investigation skills.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about survival skills? That would help you with your tracking.
I'm
I
rather
do.
good at that.
Yeah.
I,
I've got it as well.
I have some experience with these things.
Fantastic. So
I have
really,
survival.
really and truly, what you're generally looking for is tracks.
Yes.
And I want the rest of them to see the damage to the door and the door
Yeah.
frame.
Okay then. So
Before we go off as well, can
Yeah.
we go to is there a shop around here that we can buy potions from, and and get like healing potions, that type of stuff?
no, Clarion is a small village. It has no sort of like resident alchemist brewing potions or anything like that. You would have to wait till you get to Thorndyke for that.
Can I go to a blacksmith and buy a smiting kit?
Buy a what kit? Sorry.
Smithing kit.
Smithing kit.
What do you want to smith?
Nothing really, just to have the kit to repair stuff.
Yeah, it's going to cost you some gold. So if you don't want it precisely at the moment, then what we can do in between the adventures, I can just take your gold off you and then give you that for the next one. It'll probably be quite substantial. Do you want the anvil as well, or
Carry that round. Got it in my back pocket.
do you want
Give it to Bazooka.
Yeah,
want-
because...
do you want the forge?
No,
Not that. Leave the forge, but carry the anvil. Okay, then. So, guys, you head off out of town.
Sorry, no.
All together. Say again. Sorry.
Sorry, no, before we leave, I wanted to check on the woman again, just sort dressings out, make her well, and
Yeah.
make sure she's okay.
She's recovering fine at the present moment in time, and her son and husband are there, and they wish you well. And you notice that the boy is fondling her necklace and is actually wearing it, and he's playing with the amulet on the end of it. Okay, you head out to their farmhouse. And you approach it, and sure enough, the area around the door is quite blackened. The door isn't it's not burnt off, if that makes sense, but it will probably use to somehow loosen the door and get into the building.
Having a bit of experience with magical fire,
Yeah.
does it look more like a magical fire has been used against the door, or maybe a burning oil bottle thrown against it?
Can I make a
Because the oil bottle's probably gonna,
fire?
Okay,
gonna look
hang on.
different.
I'll talk to you both. Really and truly, what you figure is that between having magical fire being used and normal fire, there is no real difference. But what I mean, from the produced flame, it's quite obvious when it's actually produced. However, one thing that you can both tell, just by sheer looking at it, is that whatever caused the burning must have been quite hot and fierce, because it's actually blackened the wood. So it wasn't somebody walking along with a match. It was either the fire was definitely quite hot, and which could either be a fire that was lit and left to burn, quite ferociously. It might have actually had an additional a catalyst added to it of some description, maybe some kind of fuel to get it burning, or it could have been magical fire, both of which would have had the same effect.
You said the door was broken in as well.
Yeah.
Does it look like somebody's taken a big sledgehammer to it or just kicked it in?
Like I said,
a big weapon's going to make...
No, it's probably what, like I was said,
marks.
the fire was probably used to weaken the door and then kicked in, so to speak.
What's the house made out of? Is it all made out of wood, or?
Oh
is
yes,
it just...
everything around here is made out of wood.
Okay, so is on the actual house, is it just the door that's burnt away or burnt out? But the rest of the walls is fine.
Correct. Yeah.
Really, it's the house is made of farce and sweet honey.
Yeah.
It's
But the thing is, let's say the person that did it on the night. He must have a way to start a fire instantly and pass it through the door afterward. Because if you see a fire from the distance, you're gonna be prepared for it.
Maybe the fire was started to weaken the door before it was caved in.
But what I'm saying, wouldn't the fire have spread to the walls? It's only concentrated on the door
And round the door frame.
and around the door frame.
It depends on what was used. If it was, I presume, like an oil that was hot but only lasted a little while, it would be localized. If it was arcana, then they could probably control it, I presume. I'm not au fait with such things, but...
And looking around, is there any is there any houses that's in view of this place?
No, it's quite sort of like out in the middle of nowhere. There's arable farm around it, and that's about it. There's an outbuilding.
Nothing to be seen.
No, there's an outbuilding that looks like it probably holds tools. When I say an outbuilding, like a shed, it's not like a huge barn or anything. It probably holds the wagon to get backwards and forwards into town and things like that.
I would like to have a look around and see if there's any tracks or anything like that is not a part of our own.
The localized burning could easily have been a spell.
And it's
There are a lot of fire magic that is an instant burn. So it would have heated the door, damaged it, and dissipated straight away.
Rurik, sorry, hang on, Rurik. I know what a smith kit is used for. I see it's useful for weapons get chipped or to be sharpening swords and axes. I understand that. What I'm saying is that I asked you why you wanted it now, because I can't imagine you in the middle of a combat suddenly getting the smith kit out and fixing somebody's weapon. It's almost something that you would do in between two adventures. So it might be that you finish off the adventure today, then get your smith kit, and then charge Bazooka to sharpen his sickles, and then ready for the next adventure, rather than doing it in the middle of this sort of plot line. Say again, sorry, Sprocket. What did you say? Sprocketeer?
Sorry. Yeah, the damage to the door
Yeah.
could have been a spell.
Could
It's
have been.
localized. It hasn't spread. The magic I have to create fire is instant. It'll be a sudden burst of heat and flame, which
Most
then
definitely.
which causes damage and then dissipates,
Which
which is what I'm assuming has probably happened here, which is
it's
why it hasn't spread.
Julius goes like, yeah, I was right. Yeah, pops his chest up. He's like, yeah, I've got some knowledge here. Which kind of goes with what happened last night was with that fella using magic as well. So it might be a connection there if this indeed was fire magic.
Could well be.
The odd thing is, these are all relatively poor farmers that are being robbed. Farmers,
But they're getting the money.
a lot of money.
If this has been happening for a while, these farmers are maybe
Unless
poor, but if you do enough of them, then you can get a substantial amount.
unless they've all did. I can't remember now. Were they all in receipt of money for their harvests?
Yeah,
At
which
the
is
time
my
of the robbery.
No, they were just away from the property. They were in the town to collect the.
These
takings.
thieves use the harvest collection to get them out of the house, effectively, or especially in this property, while they were away to do the deed.
Correct.
Strange.
So
I
it's
was-
not necessarily the harvest
But
itself.
they're just after
Heirlooms. Well, we haven't actually gone in and investigated yet, so it might be anything.
I think from your logic, Flat, if you, I think what I think you're saying is that, and from what you've said, Big, as well, if they wanted money, they would have waited until the people came back from selling the harvest.
Yeah, so there might be something else that they're targeting out of these.
They just waiting. I don't think they want to hurt people as such. I think they just want the people out of the house.
Yeah.
In terms of the woman getting burnt, maybe she was. I don't know. We'll ask her when we. Yeah, we'll ask her when we go in.
Yeah.
I think maybe she was trying to keep him out.
For
And that's
me,
how
the
she
thing
got
I
burnt.
find really weird is do you remember the party from Forestville?
Yeah.
They were carrying a book that was really important.
The book had spells in it.
I think it was more than that, but we didn't find the book yet.
So perhaps they're searching all the farms to look for something, and they don't know which farm it's at.
And maybe they thought the woman had gone with the rest of her family to get
And
the harvest.
she locked the door from the inside.
Yeah. Which asks a question of all the other thievery events, was anybody else still at home? Were they away?
There was no one else at home.
So they're okay. So I think we're on a point here that they wait until they leave the house before they go in to whatever and try and find whatever they're after. We don't know what they're after at the moment. If it's money, then again that raises the question: why didn't they wait? But then they might be thieves that don't want to hurt people necessarily, or
Are you saying that Bishop is that
sorry.
of people?
say again?
Are you saying that bazooka is not people? They
No,
try
not
to poison him. So
as in because we represent a threat to them now. They're now changing their ways and dealing with us. But in their operandi, they are in getting their goods or whatever it is they're looking for. That is their motive. That is their way that they do it effectively.
Was there any magical essence or anything coming from these necklaces and stuff?
No. They're totally and utterly
Just jewelry.
yeah.
I am in character. It might be an offshoot of the underground in Thorndyke, maybe trying to get money for something. Just coming out here and
Maybe they're expanding.
and taking it back and then selling it there. That might be a thing.
Let's go and ask this woman. See what happened.
She's
Let's well, she's told Tenariel like everything that she knows.
Oh, right, okay.
She hasn't really spoken about it.
Sprocketeer,
She's quite ill.
Sprocketeer, I don't know whether or not you don't want to give the information, but you actually have an important piece of information that I gave you.
Well,
And I just checked in the Discord chat when I told you, and it's there. So I don't know whether or not if you don't want to tell them, then that's fine. But it just seems
you need to roll an intel to see if you remember it.
While that goes on, I go and see about the tracks, see how many people, if I can find out, see how many people were there.
Yeah, go for it. Remember, only one person does this. We're not having everybody keep rolling and rolling and rolling. Yeah. So this.
So that's person. A survival.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Weird.
Yeah, there's definitely plenty of tracks. There's no tracks that actually come from the side or the back of the house at all. The main thoroughfare seems to be up to the front of the house and towards the door, as you would expect.
There doesn't seem to be any random foot traffic apart from the ones going in and out of the house.
You mean like straying off?
Oh, God, yes.
You got it.
Oh, what a ditty.
That one bit of information.
Well, no, it does.
The butler did it.
It does
spend a moment looking at the damage to the door, and
that's not the piece of information I want.
Oh, well, screw you.
I just
He looks up.
There's two things I've noticed, so I'll say both of them.
Say both those bits.
All the woman remembers from the attack is a great heat and a blast against the door.
Yeah.
The reason she was at home
yes,
is she was feeling quite weak and couldn't make the journey.
Okay, there
She
we
was
go.
poisoned.
How long was she in a weakened state? Do you know?
she was just feeling. I'll give the information because Tenariel doesn't have it to hand. She just didn't feel like going out with the father and the son to do the harvest.
Had housework to do.
So in quotes, she was feeling down and wanted to stay on her own.
Yes.
Mm.
Which probably explains why she was still in there.
So
Normally,
actually,
someone?
Normally she would have accompanied the her father and the
See,
son.
it's someone that's checking them out. Obviously, it's someone that knows them. That's going, right, okay, they're not here. everyone's right. They've done their harvest. They've all gone to the thing. So it's someone that knows them.
It's the milkman.
It's the freaking constable and his merry band of men.
When I first arrived, you know how the farmhouses and old houses in those days used to have a bar across the door
Yeah,
to lock it on the inside.
the half doors. Yeah.
Did this door have that? And is the bar broken?
It did have one, and it was broken.
Right, so the door definitely was forced.
Yeah, it's a definite lot of force. Probably more than a man that can do. By himself.
Not if the fire's weakened it.
Do you think the constable is able to jump from a window?
Just to give you a little bit of further information to save you going backwards and forwards to town, this was the only house that actually had that burn damage on it. None of the other farmsteads were like that.
Because she was in there.
Yeah.
You can't lock a house from the outside, can you?
Well, it was a bit silly, isn't it? Because you would put the bar across the outside. Yeah. That's the only way you could.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's they couldn't get in, but there's like, well, what's going on here? We'll burn it down.
Do you want to know, Big? All those hours playing Shadowrun can I just say it's eventually paying off here.
Can I phone my contact?
Send a carrier pigeon.
I go inside the house and try and see if there's, you mentioned that it was thrown around. There's damage inside as if someone has rifled through.
It was ransacked. I mean, the father and son have been back out and sort of like sorted things out, but it wasn't brutally destroyed. It wasn't as if somebody was thrashing around. It was more as if somebody was looking for something and just tipping things out. I mean, there's not a huge amount of earthly possessions in a farmstead in any case of this size.
I don't think it's just.
But here the thing is, it's not how the burglary was made. It is why this burglary was made. Because in every other case, the method is different. If it was the same person, the method will be the same.
The method's different because the door was locked.
Yeah. Which still begs the question.
Why the door was locked?
They found it locked. Why did they carry on?
Because they were there. They knew that at least only one, maybe two people were there.
Yeah, so they might, if it might not really give two bleeps about that type of discovery.
How old's the son?
About 13.
12, 13.
There you go. So he's not going to be much of a threat, is he?
But Mikey knows. Let's say you have something of value in your house. Will you lock your door?
Well,
but you can't lock it from the outside.
Yeah.
They don't have lock and keys in these doors because there's usually someone here all the time.
So they've come to this house and they've obviously thought, hold on, there's obviously someone's here. We can't go back now. So we'll come here, we'll finish the job. If anything, it's there's at least two people here.
They'll know the man isn't here because the horse and cart is here.
If the guy last night was doing this, then he looked quite a professional fella, didn't he? If he's been paid to do this, then he might have a timeline. He might have a plan to be told what to do and when. So he may not have a choice of. if there's anyone there or not.
The other attacks, robberies, should have asked how far apart they were, time-wise.
Yeah.
Were they exactly 7 days apart, 10 days apart, or?
No, there's no.
It was
There was no.
Yeah.
There was no set time difference. The important thing is that they always happened after
They weren't adjacent to each other either in a.
No, because they were always done when the harvest was completed and brought to town.
Yeah.
So that means someone knows when a field or whatever is about to be harvested. That means that knowledge is needed.
And
That's what I said. It's someone that knows them.
I wonder if there are any travelling workers that work the farms seasonally. You know, just travelling workers that work at whatever farm needs help.
Yeah.
That's something to ask the woman. Did they hire anyone to help on the farm?
These
Well-
farmsteads can't afford to hire somebody. You know, if anybody
no.
anybody was going to help, then fellow farmers would come across and help with the harvest. A bit like, you know, in the old Wild West type of things, you know, they would all club in together and raise a barn for somebody or harvest and then move on to the other one. They don't, everything's more goodwill rather than hiring them out.
Tight-knit community helping each other out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So people know if someone had like knew how to use Arcana and that type of thing.
Yeah, but
They would pretty much stand out.
every time they come after the harvest.
Yeah, but that's all they need to do is know a little bit of knowledge. That doesn't. You don't have to get that that knowledge locally.
They would probably be able to, anybody round about the area would be able to see that harvest is due and actually harvesting it. So it would be quite an easy thing to think, oh, they're harvesting at the moment. You know, they'll be going off to town pretty soon with it, which would provide the opportunities.
Absolutely, yeah.
But the thing is, they come when the house is empty.
Yeah, because they kind of know that because they're families, the families want to stick together and they want to get the harvest, which is probably a big load, into a cart and then take it to town. So they'll probably all go together normally. It was just at this one time that.
See, this is what makes me think it's someone that knows them.
Not necessarily.
No.
It's just someone.
I know it's not necessarily, but if usually they all go, and just this one time that this certain group of people, one stays behind, then if I knew them, right? Okay, the harvest is done. They're all out of there.
I think there's a very subtle difference between knowing somebody and being able to know their schedule and their procedure. I think those can be seen as the same thing, but really are quite two different things. And sometimes the perception of it one will seem like the other, but really, it's a bit like I can guarantee if somebody watched my house for a week, and I'm not suggesting you do this, anyone, but you would probably be able to tell what time I leave for work every morning.
Mm-hmm.
It's right in Wills. I know where you live.
Yeah, but you will know when I leave for work every morning, but that would just be my routine, and you wouldn't know me.
Yeah.
If that. Yeah.
Especially with the farming community, all you have to do is walk past a farm and go, right, yeah, they're outside cutting up their fields.
But isn't this one area? Like they're all in.
It's a large-ish area.
Well, yeah, I get that it's a large area, but what I'm saying is, this is all part of like one county, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, come on, let's get on with this. I get some fighting.
We're getting bogged down with the finer points.
Mm-hmm.
The final points might actually protect you
Yes.
later on, though.
Yeah, but we're getting bogged down with the difference between
This woman was beaten as well as burned.
which, for me, that kind of says. Well, that can say a few things actually.
The bad guys were angry that they had to break the door down.
Actually,
Took it out on her.
it means that they didn't kill her. If they killed her, she wouldn't be able to identify them.
Perhaps they thought she was dead. She was in a very bad way when I found her.
But why not
perhaps
just
we
slit her throat?
perhaps we don't have to find them. Maybe they're gonna find us.
I think.
Maybe they've already found you.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, indeed. Which they did last
Yes, maybe I have already found them.
night.
Or was the encounter last night actually connected to this or connected to something completely different?
But let's say they,
And big, who was that person who fled out the tavern?
Junda.
He could have went and got the constable, but could still have been a bad guy.
Or he didn't even get the constable. The constable could have been on his way anyway.
can I please speak?
Sorry.
Let's say I have some type of money that I won from Elijah for this town. Let's say I gave it to a farmer, and the farmer spread the word that he won an heritage or something like that. Would the thief go for that farmer? Go.
Oh,
Well, on.
so if you gave a farmer,
Let's say it's like 200 gold piece.
would they target him? I don't know. Well, we don't know their motives apart from getting in and out with stuff.
200 gold piece
Apart
is
from-
a lot of money compared
apart
to
from just
small
trying to-
jewelries and stuff.
Thievering. It's like with those kegs, those jewels that we had and gave back, they are connected. So, I like this quest. It's kind of the thing that I love. And you know it. You know it in Wills.
Perhaps some item amongst the goods that you found belonged to this assassin or his employer. It could be two separate things.
That's saying we still haven't made the connection between all the pieces yet. We still don't have all the pieces.
Well, that's the other thing to remember is that sometimes you might try to be solving a jigsaw puzzle without all the outside edges.
And it could be two different jigsaw puzzles that you've just put into the same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Fully aware of
So-
that as well.
Did you have a look for tracks?
Yes, normal in and out traffic. No,
To the
no
front.
special. To the front.
Yeah.
Good point. So I do a ring around the house
Houses.
itself as well, doing my looking for tracks or any damaged
Yeah, go for it.
things around the area.
So
Check
not your
outside
nat
the
20.
windows. Check outside the windows.
Yeah, the windows, all the stuff as well.
Look
There's-
for the pile of cigarette butts.
There's definitely there's the only thoroughfare to and from this house is up to the front, most definitely. There's weeds and flower beds round the edges of the house, so it would be very obvious if something had approached it from that direction. But there's no footprints, there's no trampled vegetation, there's no broken twigs or anything like that. It almost looks too natural roundabout everywhere else. The only place that there appears to be a really sort of like thoroughfare is up to the front door.
Which would make sense. If the thief thought that the house was empty, they'll just walk up to it.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's what was happening. I'm just saying that would make sense. Also, if you're going to force your way through a window, the window would be blackened rather than the door. Yeah.
So I go back up the track. So this person needs to be able to see the house and keep an eye on it effectively, to know when people are leaving. So I'll go back up the track and see if there's any places to hide but still have.
There's plenty of places roundabout to lie low and observe the house if you wanted to. Just lying flat on the ground would probably hide you enough to keep an eye on it. There's no sort of like official hidey holes around.
Okay. I don't notice any like broken twigs that someone might have.
As you get further and further away from the house, then it could be anything that makes dells in the ground. It could be, a local animal lying down for a while, or birds snapping a twig. So, the further you get away from this building, the less likely it is to find anything like that.
Okay. I'll return to the group.
In the house, I would like to make some investigation to find a trapdoor.
A trapdoor?
Yeah, well, there's no trapdoors here. You can just move the rug. And there's no holes in the floor. There's no secret doors. It's like a farm. It's just a basic wooden building with one room, one entry, a few windows, and no roof, fireplace, cooking area, and that's it.
I try and gauge from the clutter of where the most clutter is, where the thieves were most interested.
They were interested. It would appear that they were interested in emptying things out, rather than.
And the woman had no idea what they was actually looking for.
Well, it would appear that you had the items that they were looking for.
Oh, okay.
Because didn't you had them in the coffers that you broke open?
Yeah. So they found the items effectively, put them in the chest, and then that chest went to the camp that we.
A small coffer. It's all. If you remember, they're only about this big.
Okay.
And there was 4 of them.
And how many houses were burgled?
4.
4. So 1 house per coffer.
Yeah.
That would be true.
So how many items were in each of these coffers? They sound like rather wealthy farmers.
No, because what was in them was basically copper coins, heirlooms. There wasn't sort of like any magical items or gold or anything like that. It was just sort of like fancy necklaces, a spoon that was given to them when they got married, a nice teapot.
Sentimental value stuff.
Yeah.
Who had
How many were in silver piece? Let's say.
Say again, sorry.
How much were, like, each coffer, how much was it worth for in silver piece?
You probably don't even think it was worth silver.
This is what's confusing me.
The bloke that ran away that time.
What, in the pub or the?
No,
Okay.
at the site when we fought the big thing.
The ogre.
Yeah, the
So
ogre.
yeah, he might have been. I think he was a part of this group. Either he is this bloke that's coming back for us, or he's another bloke attached to them.
But the
Right,
thing
okay,
is,
because Will said that the stuff was already gone when the houses got raided.
we can make a trap like. With
Yeah, he said the house got raided, but we already had the stuff. They were looking for the stuff that we had.
They, I think it was they got the stuff, took it out, and put it in, and then we found but because we have the stuff, we know what was taken.
Correct. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay.
know,
It's just the way you said it. It
you
sounded
know
like
you know what they took because you actually found it.
no. I mean, did the woman know what they were looking for?
She hasn't said.
No.
All she remembered was the initial blast.
Yeah, she was probably knocked out while it happened.
Got beat.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got the product, we've got the crimes themselves. We kind of have a connection with the harvest. I think
you've got 3 farmsteads that.
2 of which haven't been harvested.
Correct.
Yes.
And the apple one
of them is due tomorrow to be taken to town to be sold off.
Yeah.
So I think I think that's our connection. That we were correct in thinking that. I think that's probably our best bet to go to. I don't think we can find much else here. Yeah. We can look around and keep on looking, but time is of the essence. Effectively, we still have to get there, which is a day's travel. Set up, get ready for them effectively, and we're not going to be resting up. We're not going to be.
Should we tell the people that we're going to be watching their house?
I think we should tell the.
Good point.
They may not be happy about that.
I think
we'd have to.
Or if they're somehow I thought you were thinking more if they're somehow connected.
I think that we should tell the mayor that we're going to a different house.
No, you know what? I think we should not tell anyone and just go.
Yeah, not the mayor. The constable. Tell the constable that we're going to a different house that we're going to.
Oh, a double bluff.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Ops farm and we'll go to the apple orchard.
Yeah.
I like the sounds of that.
Give him a double bluff to our reasons why we're going to that one instead of the one we're actually going to.
Are you happy with that then?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. And so you're going to tell them that you're going to go to one of the others.
Yeah.
If we say that the farms are actually labelled 1, 2, and 3, with 2 being the apple orchard one. Okay. Are you going to say number 1 or number 3?
Number 1.
Number 1.
Okay.
Or we could like bluff them and make sure they go to the apple one and say we are going to split up and go to number 1 and number 3.
Yeah.
So that only leaves number 2, the apple farm.
Yep.
But that also means the reason why I did like just to one place. My other plan was to tell another person, say the mayor, and the other farm as well. But yeah, so it depends. If they come to us, then no one was involved. If they go to and then the result of what happens to the other farms gets a different result.
the problem is, if they go to one of the other houses, there's probably going to be people there who may get killed.
Yeah.
That'll be our
Yeah,
fault.
but the
Well,
most
they've already
important
shown
thing.
that they don't really care because they beat the wife up.
However, they probably, if they're watching these people, they already know.
Yeah, but
But
they
if
don't
they
give
think
a.
they're if it is something to do with them and they think they're under pressure, they're gonna go right. Okay, wait, that one's being watched. We won't go there. That one's being watched. We won't go there. We're gonna have to go to the apple. Plus, it's just been harvested as well, so he's getting ready to bug out.
Yeah, which is why I said tell them about another farm and go to this one.
Okay, so what I need to know is I need to know which farm you guys are going to, and what are you telling the townsfolk, whether or not that be Constable Lawrence or the mayor, where you are going to. Does that? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah.
We're definitely going to Farm 2.
Right. Okay.
The story is still currently up for debate, I believe.
Okay.
It's like Big B said. Tell Constable Lawrence. Did you say Big Beast?
Tell everyone we're going to split up and go to 1 and 3.
Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, like they're going for valuables.
Yes.
Which of the two houses have the most valuables in them?
Are they going for valuables?
They're going. It is kind of like, right, they're at the house. Let's see what we can find. Effectively, that's what I think.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Because
Opportunity raid.
What you guys saw in the coffers were definitely not valuable.
However, yeah, that wasn't valuable. But did they take valuable stuff out in transit and take them away to a different place?
It could be possible, but you don't think that these are the sort of the farmers that you've sort of like seen here would be people who would have gold.
Yeah.
Who was it who had these coffers?
It was a campsite out in the middle of the on our way to our last mission, and everyone was dead. They had tents. They had a little campsite. Everyone apart from one person was dead from an ogre, which we killed.
I see.
And the dead people were being eaten by the half ogre, and the other guy was tied up.
Yes.
Yeah, and Longshank released him.
Waited to be munched
and then once he was released, the first thing he did was run.
Yeah.
Did you notice that assassin's weapons last night?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
Have you ever seen anything like them before?
No.
No.
They were black, not metallic.
Like painted black?
They are, I presume, assassin's weapons, which is a professional trade.
Mm-hmm.
Rurik, just out of interest, sorry to butt in, Rurik and Bazooka, you have seen before people clad out all in black.
Are you referring to drones?
You've seen it in this campaign. You've seen them in an encounter.
That was with Borealis.
Yes, it was, and that's why I said Rurik and Bazooka. Okay, guys. So let me get this right before I move off, just so I know. You're going to tell the people of the townsfolk that 2 of you are going to go to Farm 1 and 2 of you are going to go to Farm 3. But literally what you're going to do is go to Farm 2 with the apple orchard, correct?
Yep.
Okay, then.
When we say tell everybody, do we just mean the constable and the mayor?
I would
Because
like
it would be silly to tell
limit.
everyone in case...
Yeah,
because then we can't
that's
control
right.
that.
I would like to give like 2 gold pieces from my personal money bags to the to the guy from House 2 that we are currently in.
The pub owner. Or the house that got robbed.
No, the one we're going to.
The house number 2.
Yeah. The owner of the house.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You're
I would
doing
like to give him gold so he can spend it, so people would know that he has gold.
spend it on protection while we're in the other 2 places.
Right. So are you telling him that you're going to his farm?
No. What we're gonna do, what Clout is gonna do? He's gonna give money to this farmer. If Clout say yes, if this is correct.
The apple farmer.
Yeah.
Give it to the apple farmer.
Yeah.
Say, right, we are going to farm 1 and 2. Use this money to protect yourself tonight.
No. I'm saying the house we're going to.
Number 2.
The owner, I'm gonna give him cash, gold pieces.
Yeah.
So he can spend the inn.
Mm-hmm.
So he can.
Looks like he's got lots of money.
He got lots of money, so people's gonna say, "We're gonna rob his house."
Yeah,
because he has a lot of money.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I was going with what I was saying. Is like you give him. We say that you want protection, but everyone sees us giving him it. If you know what I mean.
So, and I was just thinking in my head there, off just while you were saying it, because it could also be seen that you were giving him something to stay in the tavern, and then. Anyway,
that was another way to do it.
Yeah, just to let you know, I'm going to use Auntie Betty's house as the inside of the house. I'm going to move you away from this in a second, but just to give you an idea of what the house looks like. So you can see that there's a door up at the front. There's a window. You can see where the windows are. I'm going to. Where you want to be is completely up to you, but I'm just showing you that's what the house looks like inside. And then I'm also now going to move you outside the house so you can see what the outside, the grounds sort of like look like. So this is what outside looks like. So can you see Auntie's Betty's? That's the farmhouse. Yeah, can you all see that?
The one with the red carpet?
This one here, can you see what's on the screen now?
Yes,
Yeah.
2 buildings with a wall.
Right, so this one that I'm flashing, that's the inside that you've seen already. This building here, that is like the barn with the wagon, where the wagon would be housed and the horses in there. This is the fence that closes off the orchard. In the center, and these are the orchard trees behind it. So this fence is here to stop animals going in there, and it goes right the way around the orchard. So there's about, and can you see there's 5 trees there? There's about 4 or 5 trees going back in order, all lined up in typical orchard fashion in order to support harvest. The main entrance to the house is here, and this area sort of like out here is just sort of like very sort of like mud and open dried land. The area around the rest of it is quite a clear, you can see for quite a space, quite a distance, if that makes sense. So you can look and you'll be able to see people approaching. The only place that you wouldn't be able to see people directly approaching would be through the orchard. That would be the main sort of like place of attack, so to speak. So
can you draw the path on, please?
Yeah, by all means. A donation.
It will be worse.
Yay! Donation! Woo!
Hey, Wills. Here's a $5 to help keep things going.
Who was it?
though. It's Rathian again with his saggy booby. Oh no, it's not. It's not.
Denarth.
It's Denarth. Thank you, Denarth. That's Kel from Tall Squall's adventure. I do believe. Thank you so much for that donation. It will certainly keep me going, and hopefully I might get enough soon to buy Roll20 and actually get some dynamic lighting. So thank you very much.
I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but Klaus and Sprocketeer has changed camera position.
Yeah, it's all right. It's because somebody must have disconnected.
And my name's not spelt correctly.
That's all right.
You just can't get the GMs these days.
No.
I've done it before in the chat.
So we're all professional.
There you go. Solved.
Yes, I'm now Rurik.
I've taken off the names.
Job done.
You didn't change the small icon. Your
And,
woman doesn't have a baby.
and I've taken off your little counters. There you go. Sorted.
And you are now all dead.
Completely. Is that all right for the pathway for you though?
Yeah.
It'll do.
Yeah. Okay. So guys, obviously you're expecting some kind of attack or some kind of people approaching this humble abode.
When the GM gets the map out on Roll20, that's what happens.
Yeah. So what I'm interested in, I've actually got 2 scenarios that you can be in. So if you want to be in the house, then that's absolutely fine. If you don't think you need to all be in the same area, you can be in both or one. But if you want to be in the house, if you let me know, I'll take your tokens to inside the house. And if you want to wait outside, then let me know as well, and I'll leave you on this thing. Are you going in the house?
I am, yes.
I'm going into the barn.
You said before that the area, if you lay down, you will not be able to be spotted by the farmer and that coming out.
The reason why I'm going in the house is because that's where they're going into. That's their target, if you know what I mean. So that is where, if I'm outside, then they could come from the other side of the house, and I won't be able to see them. That's my
no, it's a good plan.
Yeah, that is. But I want to make sure they get in the house so I can block off their exit.
Yeah.
So I'm
I'm going
outside.
into the barn because I want to be off sight and I want to flank them.
Okay, so you're inside the barn. Just to let you know that there's no windows or openings in the barn. The only exit to the barn is, you should be able to see the map, is where I'm pinging now, which is a set of double doors. So you can either, if you want them slightly ajar, then you can still have a look out. So you're looking out in this direction.
Yeah.
Or this direction, or this direction.
I'll mostly use my ear because I doubt really hard that you're gonna try.
So are you going to
steal
use your
something.
perception, did you say?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
He's gonna be sleeping again, isn't he?
What? You fight an old army?
Okay, so yeah, sorry.
I was going to say I didn't realize the fence was there at first, so I was going to be heading around the back of the house to examine the area. Oh, can I ping on this? No.
You should be able to.
If you hold down.
Donation.
Along.
Yay!
Yay.
That's Tanareth again. Here's another
fiver. Sprocketeer's missing.
Oh,
E.
well done,
May
Bruce.
it rest in pace.
in pace.
With
I think it's meant to say.
fiver,
It meant to say
with
rest in
that
peace.
£5, we have sent forth a search party and found the missing E.
Yes. May it rest in peace.
I'm missing E.
Yeah.
Cheers, dude.
Yes. Thank you,
Yeah, so
Tanarth. Yeah.
so
go
I
for
was
it.
I was aiming to go around the back of the house, check out over this fence to see if they came in that way. If there was more than one of them, the grass will be damaged, this kind of thing.
You don't think anybody's been here?
Okay,
You
so
think this is
I'll be
where
around there soon.
this is probably where they're coming next? That's your plan. That they're going to come here next, and you're going to stop it.
And
Oh,
this
sorry,
is
is
the
this-
apple. Yeah, this is the apple orchard.
Oh, right. I thought we were still at the other place. Right, sorry. In that case, I'll be inside looking about.
I'm still inside. I'm just by next to the door.
Tanarth's so intelligent.
Funny.
Have your buddies outside then.
Right. So Tanarel sorry, and Julius are inside. Rurik's in the barn. Bazooka, where are you going?
How long is this grass around here?
Right.
More than a rock?
It's probably better to say to me, what you plan to do in it, and then I can tell you. So for example, 5 centimeters.
Then that's not going to work. Okay, so what I want to do is find a long patch of grass where no one can see me, and I'm going to hunker down and hide and wait for for whoever to attack and get inside the house.
You
As the
probably.
man from Jurassic Park says, "Don't go into the long grass."
I know. There's probably a patch here.
Okay.
Let me make it for you.
Well, my rucksack and shield will be in the house somewhere. I'll have taken them off.
There you go, Bazooka.
Mucho gracias, as they say in Cornwall.
Do you want to move yourself there?
Muchos gracias.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Like a glove.
Muchos gracias, like they say in Cornwall.
In
Oh.
Cornwall.
They can see your name sticking out at the bottom.
No, they can't. It's not really there. That's for the DM.
Okay.
Just imagine that you just walk up this road, you look left, and you just see a nameplate in the midair.
Meanwhile,
Oh, no.
meanwhile, alone in the house together, we have Julius.
Oh, look, 2 beds.
Oh,
Guys,
Julius is next to the red carpet.
Well, hello.
do you want to position yourself whereabouts you would be, guys?
On the bed?
If
Both
there's
of them
a chair,
on the
I'm
bed?
just sitting down.
I'm going to be in this corner here.
Well, I'm going to think that if they're the same people from last time, they're going to check the windows.
Although there was no sign of any
Hold on.
disturbance around the windows last time.
Yeah, but last time, they didn't expect anyone home.
Yeah, I'm positioning myself that if they come from the front, check this window here, they won't be able to see me. If they check any other window, they'll be able to see anyone. Yeah, no, there's not probably.
If
that
you
many
want
places
to,
to
if you
hide.
want to see the front, then this window would be a good vantage point.
Well, I'll sit in the corner beside this window. Oops. There we go. Out of the way of the window.
And Julius's nameplate's poking through the. Gonna see
Yeah, they'll be able to
that.
see. It's like when you play certain games, it's like certain bits of your clothing, sword, like clip through the wall. It's like.
Okay, so I'm currently on the outside of the house, just to Julius and Sprocketeer. Sorry, Flat and Sprocketeer. You won't be able to see this because neither can. I'll move the players around, but if you want to move your characters, guys, we'll need to move back to your inside the house. But Bazooka and Rurik, you're here. Okay, so the night dusk, it becomes almost like dusk-like. It's not pitch black. You can still see it's about that time when the sun sets and it's still quite greyish, and things are losing their colour and becoming
Twilight.
more sort of like shades of grey. About 50 of them.
50? Yeah.
You need to be
As the sun
quicker.
goes down,
Yeah.
So it's
I
Twilight.
will
So it's and the sounds of night are started to emanate from around the area. Crickets, the odd crow, and it's somewhat peaceful, almost like serene,
Tranquil.
and as if nothing could actually happen at all. Bazooka, could you roll the perception roll, please?
Certainly.
You on stag?
Yeah. Oh wait, I need to click on me.
Julius, when the sun goes down, I'll sit for a few moments praying
I pray to mine as well.
quietly.
Right, guys, can I please also remind you that the only way where you've put your characters, the only way you can actually communicate with each other, Julius and Tenariel, you're fine because you're in the same room, but Rurik and Bazooka, you're quite out in the open, so you won't be able to communicate. And guys, if you can't see or hear what I'm doing or what's happening, then try to role play it out rather than suddenly saying, for example, if I say something erupts in the middle of the barn and starts to attack Rurik, try not to say, I'm just going to go out and check what's happening in the barn just in case he's all right. You know, I don't mind you doing things if it would be logical, but don't just do it because things are happening. Okay, so Bazooka, you're the first person who actually notices something out of the ordinary, because from behind the house, going from tree to tree, keeping in quite effective cover all the time, appears to be five men, definitely men, dressed very similarly to the person who you rescued or you let go from the half ogre's camp, or their camp with the half ogre in. They're actually carrying. You can see that they've got swords on their waists, but you also notice that they are holding crossbows in two hands. You also notice that the string is actually back and there is a bolt in, and because of this they're not holding them up like this, they're actually moving forward almost like SWAT style, heading towards the back of the house. And that is where we will leave it for tonight.
Till next week.
That's the way to do it.
No,
Wanting-
not next week. Oh, is it next week?
It's not next week, because aren't you guys?
Yeah, we're not
Going to
here.
Twitch,
That is true.
I'll be
We
here.
are partying next week.
Yes, I don't think you're. You and Big aren't here next week, aren't you? You're
No,
down
we're
in
not here
London.
next
Yeah,
week.
so it won't be next week. It'll be the week. after.
Yes, we are.
What?
We are here next week, not the week.
That's what I thought. I thought you would finish off this encounter and then we would have a
Yes.
break before the next one. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is correct.
Cool.
So we will be.
Oh
here.
yeah, it's 18th. Sorry, my bad.
So we will leave the party separated out in three different locations until next week, when we'll see how they manage to cope with the approaching humans with their heavy crossbow bolts. Okay, to finish off every stream, I like to give the players an opportunity to say where they are, where people can find them, and if people want to follow them, etc. So we'll start off with the person who, can I say, has sat so still throughout this today's gaming session. He's been so attentive. He sat so still. It doesn't look like he's even moved a muscle. Flat. Off you go.
I'm a human statue. Hi guys, I am Flat Batchy. Thank you very much for joining us today, and thank you very much to our DM In Wheels for another awesome mission and another week. I am Flat Batchy. You can find me on Twitch TV. You can also find me on Twitter as well. I'm currently waiting for my laptop to be fixed, and then I'll be back on streaming as well. And that's it.
Thank you very much. And Big.
Okay, I'm Big Beastie. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, and many other places under the same name. And also on Tuesday in Wills's other stream, which is Shadowrun.
Excellent. Thank you. And Sprocketeer.
I am Sprocketeer. You can't find me anywhere because I'm hiding all the time. Thoroughly enjoyed tonight. Thank you very much, Inwills.
No worries.
I'm on Twitter as Sprocketeer. That's about it, really.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And finally, Clout.
I'm Glitzerin. You can find me in this game of the marvelous In-Will DM. Or you can find me in the chat, lurking like you in In-Wills and Big B's. Maybe Spaghetti, I don't know if he's streaming.
Can I? Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
And not Flat because he spilled wine everywhere.
Yeah, I tried to get my computer to join in with me with the drinking. Unfortunately, wine doesn't go well with laptops or any other computer.
Oh, silence.
Oh yeah,
It's
it
muted.
was-
In-Will muted us.
Sorry. Thank you. I was muted. I just said thank you very much for those kind words, and just to let you know, it will not stop me killing you off. No matter how. Although bribery would work, you should let Tall Squirrel know how to pronounce your name correctly. Yeah, so do I. I never know how to call what you get called, Big, because people
Big.
call you. Yeah, I call you Big, but people call you Big Beastie.
Yeah,
I call it
that's
Big
how
B.
it's supposed. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. Big Beastie.
Yeah,
It's three separate things.
Yeah.
The B actually stands for something.
bother.
Is that the E that was from Sprocketeer or came over
Yes,
to yours?
it came over to yours.
What does T mean for?
Steve is what
Yeah,
everyone
I know
used to call me. My name's Steve, but everyone can't
No!
be asked to say
Oh,
Steve, so they go
boom!
Steve.
That has just
Mind
broken the whole image. I thought your name was Big, as in the famous movie, or Big, as in some in Sex in the City, and now I'm gutted.
That was Tom Hanks' second best movie.
I love that film. Yeah, I really
It's
do.
like the
After
In-Wills
Maze
In-Wills.
That's my name.
That's blow my mind.
Yeah, I am called In Wills. Okay, guys, I am going to finish tonight not by playing the normal end tune, but by playing the new introduction to the Shadowrun game. So like Big said, that on Tuesday we have a Shadowrun game, which is currently myself, Big, and Chugga playing. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we actually left it, Big, when you were inside an apartment and Chugga character's phase is controlling the Matrix, all the security systems from the Matrix, and somebody has just walked into the apartment that you're burglaring. Is that right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's the size of a puppy as well, so it's great.
Yeah.
You're such a terrible person.
So I'm going to run that, so please enjoy that. Can I just say thank you very much to all the people who subscribe to me and keep this stream up and running, to Mearhawk, to Ro, to Ben, to Rider on Halo's Blade, to Cryptex, and to Summit Horizon, and to Echoa, who subscribe via the Game Wisp link down below and keep this stream going week after week. Thank you also very much to my moderators, to Chugga, to Lost Dragonclaw, and to Gamer Guy for popping in and keeping and making sure that the chat is all up and keeping those nasty trolls away. Also, thank you very much to the 3 guys over there for coming along and playing with me tonight, because otherwise this would not take place. It would just be me, which would not be the most exciting thing around. And thank you to everybody, to Tornath, for donating tonight, and anybody else who has followed me. That really is appreciated, and it keeps, like I say, it keeps the stream going week after week. Okay, and most importantly, thank you to you if you came along and viewed tonight's session. I really do appreciate it. I hope you enjoy it as much as I do, creating it and delivering it and performing it to you guys, and as much as hopefully the players enjoy interacting with the world of Brigadoon. So guys, don't forget, I will be back tomorrow 3 o'clock GMT time with the Star Wars Operation, and then tomorrow night there is my radio show, Wilson Waffling Radio, the Snuggle Show, when it'll be chilled out music and cultured chat. So I'm going to finish tonight by playing for you the new introduction to the Shadowrun campaign that I've been working on for some time. I hope you enjoyed it, but it only remains for me to say, have fun guys, and I'll catch you all later. And until then, consider yourself well and truly waffled. Here we go.